Good afternoon, everybody, morning, evening, wherever you are in the world. It's Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. Hey, there's a White House press briefing going on right now. Sorry I didn't get on for the beginning of it. Let's see if they're still talking about Iran over at the White House press briefing. Let's go over there and watch for a second. Hold on, I gotta turn the volume on.
To the American people traveling within this region, not to travel to these regions. We gave notices to leave immediately the countries where these Americans were within. And unlike the previous administration, we actually have a number. We actually have identified the number of people in the region who have requested help. We are in direct contact and engagement with them. And you have to keep in mind, there's a few thousand people who have requested assistance to come home in comparison to the millions who we understand are in the region. So we will help every single American who wants to come home if they're making that request of the State Department.
Americans who called the State Department hotline as recently as last night were being told, we can't help you, you have to make your own plans.
Well, the line was updated, and I expect every single person in this room to report on that accurately, so that information can be relayed appropriately to your audiences and to the American people. I think as journalists, you all have a responsibility to let them know that the line has been updated accordingly with the proper guidance, because I saw many people in this room very quick to do selfie videos with the line yesterday, but not so quick to report on the corrected message today. So that is something the administration quickly worked to address, and we have fixed that problem. However, we're also pointing to people to the website, again, to register so that we know exactly where you are. So when there are commercial flights moving into that area, when there are chartered flights moving into that area, we can get Americans on planes as quickly as possible.
Do you have any details on how many charter flights have been able to get out of the region so far with Americans on board?
I don't have an exact count for you, but I know that we're working on chartering many flights. As soon as we were doing it yesterday, we're doing it again today. And you should not expect us to detail exactly when these flights are taking off for obvious reasons. The Iranians have shown that they are not going to hesitate to target civilians in the region, which is completely intolerable. But for safety and security reasons, we're not going to be broadcasting when flights full of Americans are going to be taking off, obviously. Danny.
At the top there, you said that the Iranian regime is being absolutely crushed. Can you explicitly say then whether or not regime change is a goal of President Trump's operation?
The goals of this operation have been made very clear, Danny, and the president has said them in his speech when he launched this operation and released that video in the middle of the night to all of you and to the world. The stated military objectives of Operation Epic Fury are as follows: eliminate Iran's ballistic missile threat, destroy their naval capability, disrupt missile and drone production infrastructure, sever their pathway and end their pathway to nuclear weapons. And I can report, as you all saw from the Pentagon today, that thus far this operation has been remarkably successful. Again, we're moving towards complete and total control of Iranian airspace. We have continuous 24/7 strike operations ongoing. We've had more than 2,000 targets that have been struck. Nearly 2,000 munitions have been employed. The first 24 hours of this campaign were described nearly as twice the scale of the 2003 shock and awe campaign. And we've seen that the enemy, the Iranian rogue regime, their retaliatory strikes against the United States and the threat reduction has reduced significantly. If you look at the Iranian ballistic missile launches, they're down 86% from day one levels. So while the United States military continues to increase its complete dominance over this rogue regime, they are weakening day by day.
Regime change is not a phrase that you would want to use.
Again, Operation Epic Fury, I just detailed the goals and objectives of this very quickly. But obviously, as the president has said numerous times, do we want to see Iran being led by a rogue terrorist regime? No, of course not. So any day the United States of America is taking out a terrorist is a good day for our country and a good day for our people.
Given that point that you just make about the United States wouldn't mind seeing the government overthrown, certainly President Trump has talked about wanting to see Iranians overthrow the government. Has the president considered at all kind of how he views a U.S. role, if any, in Iran post-conflict?
I think it's something the president is actively considering and discussing with his advisors and his national security team. But again, right now, the focus, minute by minute, hour by hour, day by day, is on ensuring the quick and effective success of Operation Epic Fury. Sure. Go ahead.
I want to ask you about the U.S. munitions stockpile.
I don't even know who's speaking because I wasn't looking at you. You can ask a question and then I'll go to you.
Caroline, I want to ask you about the U.S. munitions stockpile. President Trump posted on Truth Social on Monday that the U.S. still has a good supply of weapons, but that we're not where we need to be. What does he mean by that? And does President Trump then want to ask on Congress to pass a supplemental to increase funding for missile interceptor systems like the ones being used to defend U.S. bases in the Middle East from Iranian missiles?
I don't have any updates for you on congressional asks from the president. As you know, under this president, we have significantly increased our defense budget, which is a good thing for the United States, for our national security, and for protecting our homeland. With respect to munitions, ammunition, weapon stockpiles, the United States of America has more than enough capability to not only successfully execute Operation Epic Fury, but to go much further. And we have weapon stockpiles in places that many people in this world don't even know about. However, the president in that post was pointing out that, unfortunately, we had a very stupid and incompetent leader in this White House for 4 years who gave away many of our best weapons for nothing, for free, to another country very far away by the name of Ukraine. So the president was pointing out how that was an unwise decision, but nevertheless, don't doubt the strength and the might of the American military. And I will also add, President Trump has rightfully been calling on defense contractors in this country to rapidly and aggressively produce American made weapons, because they are the best in the world, and the president always likes to get things done as quickly as possible, and so he's been quite vocal in his efforts to try to speed up our defense industry to protect our homeland.
Caroline, can we use some...
Go ahead.
Caroline, could you tell us about the president's current thinking about ground troops and whether they could be used? If they were to be sent into Iran, what would they be used for? What's the situation of that?
Well, they're not part of the plan for this operation at this time, but I certainly will never take away military options on behalf of the President of the United States or the Commander-in-Chief, and he wisely does not do the same for himself. I know there's many leaders in the past who like to take options off of the table without having a full understanding of how things could develop. So again, it's not part of the current plan, but I'm not going to remove an option for the president that is on the table. Sean.
Did the United States airstrike a girls' elementary school and kill 175 people?
Not that we know of, Sean, and the Department of War is investigating this matter, and I would just tell you very strongly, the United States of America does not target civilians, unlike the rogue Iranian regime that targets civilians, that kills children, that has killed thousands of their own people in the past several weeks, and uses propaganda quite effectively, and unfortunately many people in this room have fallen for that propaganda. So I would caution you from pointing the finger at the United States of America when it comes to targeting civilians, because that's not something that these armed forces do. Reagan.
Thanks, Caroline. Prior to the Iran conflict, the SAVE Act was really the focus of the news cycle. Is the SAVE Act still a priority for the administration?
Absolutely.
Could you just provide an update on the administration's talks with Congress to get the SAVE Act through?
SAVE Act is absolutely still a priority for this president and the administration. The focus, of course, of much of the president's time right now is on ensuring the success of Operation Epic Fury, but the president can walk and chew gum at the same time, and he's very much continuing to focus on the issues that matter here at home for the American people, including the passage of the SAVE Act, including on bringing down the cost of living, which is why you'll see the president in about an hour and a half at the Ratepayer Protection Pledge Roundtable, where he will be sitting with big tech companies, with AI companies who are building in communities across the country and have pledged to pick up the cost of the electricity tab in these small towns and communities across the country, which is a great thing for American consumers. So you'll be hearing from the president directly on this very important domestic agenda item later this afternoon, and it's something that he mentioned in his State of Union address. So check it off the list as another promise made and kept by this president. Sure, go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline. I just wanted to get back to Danny's question. So those 4 objectives that you read out do not explicitly include regime change. If those objectives were achieved and the Islamic Republic still existed, would that be an acceptable outcome for them?
That's a hypothetical question that I'm not going to engage in. Again, right now, the President and the Commander-in-Chief are focused on executing the success of Operation Epic Fury, which we are already doing so in a very tremendous and impressionable way. Stephen.
Thank you, Caroline. Two questions. The Trump administration reportedly is considering arming Kurdish forces in the hopes of inspiring a popular uprising in Iran. Could you comment on that report?
I can comment on the fact that the President has held many calls with partners, allies, and leaders in the region, in the Middle East. He did speak to Kurdish leaders with respect to our base that we have in northern Iraq. But as for any report suggesting that the President has agreed to any such plan is completely false and should not be written.
President Trump was saying yesterday that he is okay with someone from within taking over in Iran. He spoke about how Venezuela he saw as a successful model where Delcy Rodriguez took over and had a better relationship. Iran's President Pezeshkian, he took office in 2024 as a relative reformer. He's part of a three-man council now replacing the supreme leader. Does President Trump see him as a potential successor who is more pliable?
Again, that's another hypothetical, and I haven't spoken to the President about this specific individual, so I don't want to get ahead of him on any assessments that should be made.
Thank you. Yesterday, the President acknowledged that oil prices will be a bit high. As for gas prices here in the U.S., what is the admin doing right now to counter that? I mean, should they skyrocket? Is there a plan to help, Americans right now with those higher gas prices? And then a second question. On the rash that was on the President's neck, the White House physician said it was a preventative skin cream that he was using, but why is the President using this cream? What are they trying to prevent with this cream?
To your second question, I don't have anything additional to add to the physician statement that we provided to all of you on those questions, but I know the statement said that the redness on the neck will dissipate within the next couple of weeks. To your first question about oil prices, thank God we have a president who has exuded American energy dominance over the past year, an administration that is wholeheartedly focused on keeping prices stable as best as we can. Of course, this operation is temporary to protect the homeland, but crude oil prices did fall yesterday. They remain stable today after the President announced steps to ensure the stability in global energy markets. Again, those include the DEC offering reasonably priced political risk insurance and the potential for the U.S. Navy to provide protection for the flow of energy through the Strait of Hormuz. It is the President's belief and his economic team's belief that the economy continues to be very strong, it's robust, and will be able to weather any of the temporary impacts of Operation Epic Fury. John.
Thanks a lot, Caroline. Just to follow up to that, the timeline for making the Strait of Hormuz safe for oil tankers to transport their oil through the strait, what is that timeline, and what can the President do to speed up that timeline?
I don't want to commit to a timeline, but certainly it's something that is being calculated actively by both the Department of War and the Department of Energy. They're working very closely. Both secretaries are in all of the briefings on this subject with the President, and this is, again, something they're monitoring, and if and when necessary, the United States Navy will provide assistance to escort oil tankers through the strait. Caroline. Sure, in the blue.
Thank you, Caroline.
You're not in blue, Andrew. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, I guess you are, sort of. I'll go to you after.
You had mentioned about the commercial aircraft being used for the evacuations. What about the use of military aircraft? Would that happen in conjunction with that or subsequent to?
That is something that is definitely underway, and of course we're going to use that in conjunction. We want as many planes, whether they're chartered, commercial, or military, taking Americans out of the Middle East and returning them safely home. So yes. Andrew, go ahead. You're welcome.
At the top of the briefing, you listed a long list of grievances against the Iranian government, going back to the takeover of the embassy in '79, barracks bombing in the '80s, etc. But no one from the administration has laid out the imminent threat that was supposed to be taken care of by this. And the rationales offered by, say, Secretary Rubio, the President's National Security Advisor, said that the threat was retaliation against American interests from Iran after Israeli strikes. The President says it was his own feeling that Iran was going to attack. Why is it that across the administration you can't say what the imminent threat against the United States was that required us to launch this? And also, Prime Minister Starmer told Parliament today that his reason that he didn't allow the use of British bases was that he was not satisfied that there was a lawful basis and a viable, thought-through plan. Was there an attempt to provide the UK government with a legal basis for these strikes and a viable, thought-through plan?
To the first question, I completely reject the premise of your question. You have had the President of the United States, the Secretary of War, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, the Vice President of the United States, the Secretary of State, and now I am out here today to explain to you exactly what led the President to make the decision to launch Operation Epic Fury. And President Trump does not make these decisions in a vacuum. This decision to launch this operation was based on a cumulative effect of various direct threats that Iran posed to the United States of America, and the President's feeling based on fact that Iran does pose an imminent and direct threat to the United States of America, based on the fact that they are the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism, based on the fact that they were rapidly and aggressively building up their ballistic missile program to give themselves immunity within their country alongside their navy, so that inside their country they could continue to create nuclear weapons and nuclear bombs, which would of course pose a risk to Americans in the region and even Americans one day here at home. And then another point on this is the President found that through these extensive, exhaustive, failed negotiations with Iran, that they were hell-bent on death and destruction. So again, the President was not going to be just another president on a very long list who sat back and stood by and passed the buck of this direct threat to the next administration. The President had a feeling, again, based on fact, that Iran was going to strike the United States, was going to strike our assets in the region, and he made a determination to launch Operation Epic Fury based on all of those reasons. And I would like the media to actually report on all of them, rather than just picking sound bites from one person in this administration and saying, oh, they're contradicting the other person. No, again, these decisions are not made in a vacuum. They are made by the President's feeling that Iran was going to strike the United States and our assets in the region, and he was not going to sit back and watch that happen. The determination was made that the President was going to strike first alongside Israel, and that has obviously been proven to be the right decision and an effective one at that. Libby, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. A two-part question for you here. First, has the President spoken with the family members of those U.S. service members that were killed? Second, given what you've outlined throughout this entire briefing, I mean, the United States has sunk a bunch of Navy ships. We've hit all of these targets. What can Americans expect the goal to be moving forward now that the U.S. has accomplished all of this? What is victory, given we've even taken out Iran's supreme leader? That was an explicit goal.
Again, victory will be determined by the Commander-in-Chief once the goals and the objectives that we have repeatedly laid out are fully realized. Again, we just, in the next few hours, will be achieving that dominance over the skies, which means the United States military will be raining missiles and weapons down on Iran to hit these specific targets that have been identified as crucial to take out by the Department of War.
Caroline.
Sure, John.
Thanks so much, Caroline. Has the U.S. posture changed in regard to a nuclear North Korea, given the latest strikes on Iran and the fact that the stated goal is to make sure that Iran is not a nuclear country?
I don't have any change in position with respect to North Korea today.
Thank you. A quick follow-up. There's been reports that Ali Khamenei's son has been elected as the next supreme leader. Does the administration think that he is a part of the same regime as his father? Would they like people in the country to rise up and get him out of power?
There's reports he's been elected, or that he's assuming to be elected. One of the likely options.
Pardon me, what was that?
That he's one of the likely options, or that he has been elected. Okay, so we'll wait to confirm until someone actually is elected. Caitlin.
You just mentioned that the President is going to attend the dignified transfer for these families. Given what Secretary Hegseth said this morning, is it the position of this administration that the press should not prominently cover the deaths of U.S. service members?
No, it's the position of this administration that the press in this room and the press across the country should accurately report on the success of Operation Epic Fury and the damage it is doing to the rogue Iranian regime that has threatened the lives of every single American in this room. If the Iranian regime had their choice, they would kill every single person in this room. And so we can all be very grateful that we have an administration and that we have men and women in our armed forces who are willing to sacrifice their own lives for the rest of us in this room and for every American across the country and for every troop that is based in the Middle East. That's what these...
Secretary Hegseth was complaining that it was front page news about these 6 service members who were killed.
That's not what the Secretary said, Caitlin, and that's not what the Secretary meant, and you know it. You know you are being disingenuous. There is not... We've never had a Secretary of Defense who cares more.
Drones get through or tragic things happen. It's front page news. I get it. The press only wants to make the president look bad.
Yeah,
As you know, we cover the deaths of U.S. service
the-
members under every president.
The press does only want to make the president look bad. That's a fact. Especially you. No, listen to me. Especially you and especially CNN. And the Secretary of Defense cares deeply about our war fighters and our men and women in uniform. He travels all across this country to meet with them, to connect with them, and your network has hardly ever probably reported on that. You also had the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Chairman Kane, who's a brave patriot, standing alongside the Secretary at the Pentagon this morning, again expressing his condolences to these families. And I just told you that the President of the United States will be attending their dignified transfer. So please,
That's not making the president look bad. That's showcasing that.
And we expect you to cover that as you should. We expect you to cover that as you should, Caitlin. But you and your network know that you take every single thing this administration says and tries to use it to make the president look bad. That is an objectable fact.
I don't think covering troop deaths is trying to make
If you're trying to argue right now that CNN's overwhelming coverage is not negative of President Donald Trump, I think the American people would tend to agree, and your ratings would tend to disagree with that as well. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. On the school strike, back to that for a minute. I understand that the U.S. does not target civilian infrastructure. That's what you said. Can you say that there's any evidence right now that it was not a U.S. strike? And then also, you didn't mention Israel in that. Is there any assessment about Israel's potential likely role in that, if at all?
Again, the Department of War is currently investigating this matter, but again, I will reaffirm that the Department of War and the United States Armed Forces do not target civilians, as does the Iranian regime, who kill and execute their own people. Christian.
Two separate issues, Caroline. First, what can you tell us about the military operation in Ecuador? And then secondly, is the president considering invoking the Defense Production Act to boost munition stockpiles while we are in this conflict?
It's not something I've heard the president consider, but as you know, the president has been in pretty direct correspondence and public correspondence with defense contractors, asking them to aggressively speed up their manufacturing of American-made weapons, which again are the best in the world. With respect to Ecuador, I would point you back to the statement released by the U.S. Southern Command. On March 3rd, Ecuadorian and U.S. military forces launched operations against designated terrorist organizations. These operations are a powerful example of the commitment of partners in Latin America and the Caribbean to combat the scourge of narco-terrorism. And together, we are taking decisive action to confront narco-terrorists who have long inflicted terror, violence, and corruption on citizens throughout the hemisphere. And on that, I would also add that this weekend, I'm pleased to announce, the president will welcome the heads of state from 12 nations across our Western Hemisphere in Miami, Florida on Saturday. The point of this newfound Latin America summit is to promote freedom, security, and prosperity in our region. The following countries will be in attendance: Argentina, Bolivia, Chile, Costa Rica, the Dominican Republic, Ecuador, El Salvador, Honduras, Panama, Paraguay, Trinidad and Tobago, and maybe some others as well. And the president will be speaking with the leaders of this country who have really formed a historic coalition to work together to address criminal narco-terrorist gangs and cartels and counter illegal and mass migration into not only the United States but the Western Hemisphere, which remains a key and top priority of this president. Thank you very much, everyone, and you'll see the president yourselves in an hour.
Thank you, Caroline.
Thank you, Caroline.
So President Trump will be appearing in an hour, and so we might have to check that out. He might take some questions about the war. And hold on one moment here. Yeah, so he is doing a roundtable. What is this? Roundtable on Ratepayer Protection Pledge. Anyways, he might take questions And if he does, we will bring that to you. I'm not going to cover just the non-war part of that event, but we'll keep an eye on that event and see if he takes questions. Hold on. Let me just put up. I just saw in Beirut some shots being fired into the sky. So let me put the Beirut feed up, and then let's talk about some things. But what I want to do right now is get this on the screen for you. Oh my gosh! Look at this. Oh, I'm going to rewind. Look at all the shots. Look at all the shots. Look at all the shots going into the air behind me. Did you guys see that? I'm going to rewind this. Look at this. They're firing things into the air. A lot of stuff being fired. This is obviously not the White House. This is Beirut. All kinds of stuff being fired in the air right now. Look at this. Whoa. What is happening there? Are there planes overhead? What's going on? I mean, Israel has been launching attacks in Beirut on Hezbollah targets, but I don't know why the sudden. Are there new drones? I mean, there's usually drones flying over there, I think, but this is a lot of gunfire. No, we just saw stuff get fired into the air. Check my Lebanon sources. More. Check it out. Look at more stuff going into the sky. More shots going into the sky. Look at this. Look at it. More firing into the sky in Lebanon, in Beirut. More right now. Looks like anti-aircraft fire of some sort. I'm staying off the screen so you could see it. Wow. Let me... More. Look at on the right. Look at on the right there. More anti-aircraft fire. It looks like, or tracers or whatever, on the right. Under me. More right now. More right now on the right. Right there. Again, I don't know if there's are there drones or helicopters or planes in the air that normally aren't there? Now, is Israel launching some kind of attack on some kind of target there? But we usually don't see this kind of firing into the sky for this long with all of this gunfire. Are we hearing helicopter fire? Look at this, look at this, look at that. Look at that right there. Wow. Wow. What is happening in Beirut? Hear that? It sounds like machine gun fire. I don't know if that's from the ground or a helicopter or what. What is going on there? More fire, more outgoing, more outgoing. Whoa, explosion! I just saw an explosion! I just saw an explosion on the left side. Explosion on the left side, we just saw it. Just saw an explosion on the left side of the screen. Wow. Wow. More outgoing fire right now. More outgoing. You can look at them. Wow, look at all this. You usually see this once in a while, but I don't recall seeing this much outgoing fire from the ground and hearing this level of gunfire going on for so long. Plus the more. Again, are there like Israeli drones or helicopters attacking targets right now? It's weird. I don't even. Hold on a second. We got spinning circle. The feed. Is there an issue with the feed? Let's see. I hope the feed comes back. This is not me. This is the actual feed. We might, hopefully they can get the feedback. This does happen sometimes. I don't know what's going on there. Hold on, I think it's coming back. Let's see, give it a moment. Give it a moment here. Because I'm looking at the source. I don't see the spinning circle on the source. Give it a moment. Let me hit refresh and see if that does anything. I think it's back. Give it a moment. Give it a moment. I think we're back. I think we're back. I think we're back, or is it frozen? It might be frozen. Oh no, it's back. We're back. We're back. All right, we're back. Oh, more outgoing fire. More outgoing fire right now. Look at this. Wow. What is happening? What is going on there in Beirut? Hey, by the way, is this happening while, is the Hezbollah leader speaking now or something like that? Let me see. We saw an explosion though. We're still hearing all this gunfire. I took myself on the screen because I didn't want to cover the sky. The Hezbollah leader, I believe, is speaking right now, I think, because I'm seeing reporting on it. I don't know if that has anything to do with what's going on, though. Oh, more outgoing fire, more outgoing fire. Look at this, wow. Yeah, Naim Qassem, who's the Secretary General of Hezbollah, is speaking now. So you could say, like, well, are they just firing weapons as, like, a show of support for the Secretary General or something? But we saw an explosion before. But it is interesting. Again, I'm seeing right now reports of the head of Hezbollah speaking. Oh, there was a second explosion? I just missed another one? How far? I guess I missed another explosion. When was that? What was the time code on that one? I'd like to go back and show it to you. Does anyone know how long ago it was? Was it a third just happened? I guess I'm missing some explosions here. Trying to keep up with what's going on. Oh, one of our viewers said there's small explosions. Are they tanks or something? Oh, now more gunfire going out. Again, as weird as it sounds, I mean, the leader of Hezbollah has been speaking. So is this something they would do during his speech? In like support of him? We saw a pretty big explosion. Or would Israel attack Beirut during his speech? How about that? Would Israel start? Oh, you know, could Israel be doing this thing where is Israel conducting flyovers during his speech? That's another thing that could be happening. Is while the Hezbollah leader is speaking, Israel could send a message by conducting, low flyovers or something to intimidate, So maybe that's happening. Maybe Israel is sending a message. I will go back eventually and try to show you some of those explosions. Seems like it's settling down a little bit. Man, that was wild. Oh, still hearing it. I am seeing a report now. The Turkish news agency Anadolu English says Anadolu English state-run Turkish news says, Spanish foreign minister rejects White House's agreement announcement, saying our position on war use of bases has not changed amid U.S.-Israeli offensive on Iran. I believe that a little while ago, I think it might have been Carolyn Levitt. Yeah, the White House said that Spain had agreed to cooperate with the U.S. military after refusing to let its bases be used. But the Turkish state news agency is saying the Spanish foreign minister rejects White House's agreement announcement, saying our position on war and use of bases has not changed. More outgoing fire. I just saw more outgoing fire there. Not as loud as it was before. Well, actually hearing more gunfire now. I know the audio is a bit staticky. By the way, the Hezbollah leader is still speaking right now. I can see it. So, again, some of this gunfire could be in support of him while he's speaking, but we saw some explosions. Oh, hold on. There's more. I think you're going to see some more outgoing fire in a second, I think. More outgoing fire. Hold on. Look at this. More of it. I mean, is this all because the leader is speaking? He doesn't speak that often. It just seems odd to me if that's what it's for. But I don't know why there would be explosions. Oh, more! Look at all this! Look at all this! Look at all this outgoing fire, guys! Look at all this! I'm going to hide for a second so you can see the sky back there. It's about 9:20 p.m. The leader of Hezbollah, a couple minutes ago said what Israel did after the rocket launch was not a response, but rather a premeditated act of aggression. So, a few days ago, Hezbollah launched rockets at Israel for the first time in over a year, and then Israel after that began a multi-day campaign against Hezbollah in Lebanon. Oh, Al Arabiya, breaking update. Al Arabiya 3 minutes ago says Israel airstrikes target Beirut southern suburbs. And I believe you're looking at the southern suburbs. So Al Arabiya says that Israel in recent minutes has launched airstrikes in Beirut. They said their correspondent was there and saw it. Still hearing gunfire. Is it settling down? No, still hearing it. The leader of Hezbollah is still speaking, by the way. Now, I don't know if I see his speech being televised. I don't know if he is live or if it's recorded speech, but he is speaking. No, it's not in English. Freshly Nan TV says there's a passenger flight heading for Beirut. Wonder if they'll divert it. I'll have to look at flight radar. I mean, I've seen situations where they land planes in Beirut shortly after airstrikes. So I don't know if they would divert, if they're diverting air traffic during this or not. I'm looking on flight radar. I don't really see any. I don't see anything close on. Oh, hold on a second. I'll see. Actually, I got it. I don't see anything super close to Beirut on flight radar 24 at the moment. No, this is live. I don't really understand the people who are live truthers, who say this is old. It's not, I mean, it's live video from AFP. The head of Hezbollah is still speaking right now. The gunfire seems to have died down a bit. I wouldn't mind. I'd have to go back and I don't know if I can find where the explosions were. It was getting crazy there. Seems like it's a little more quiet now. Should I rewind and for a second and show you some of the crazy stuff again? I mean, it was really getting crazy. All right, so let me rewind this. Well, people are saying no. Well, we're still hearing. Oh, look at more tracer fire, more outgoing fire. I'm going to leave it on the live. Yeah, there's a flight that's supposed to land in Beirut in a half an hour. So, I don't know if they'll hold that up or not. I just saw a little flash, not a big explosion. Okay, so I can tell you that the Hezbollah leader, I think his speech is done. And I'm still hearing some of this gunfire. But I'm looking at the Hezbollah leader's speech is over, at least from the broadcast I was looking at. Has it? Oh, it's still going on. Oh, look at this coming up right here. Look at this. Wow. Whoa, 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 whoa. More outgoing fire. Wow. Look at this. Whoa. Now the Hezbollah leader, did I just see a little flash on the top right there? Yeah, there's some sort of flashing thing on the, oh, explosion! Explosion on the top right! That looked like maybe an airstrike. On the top right, is that fireworks? Oh, maybe it's fireworks. I think it's fireworks on the top right. Yeah, I don't think that's 7 explosions in the same place. I think that's fireworks. I don't recall seeing that before. It's like 8 explosions in the same place. I saw the first one, I thought it was an explosion, but after 7 or 8 of them. Now again, the Hezbollah leader was speaking, and I don't know if, that the fire was it in support of him, or was Israel doing flyovers during his speech? I don't know. Seems like we're not hearing as much anymore. I guess it's possible. Well, they're still firing and he's done speaking. Still going on. One of our viewers says there was plenty exploding, not fireworks. I mean, I saw what looked like an explosion earlier. That I didn't see anything. It wasn't repeated explosions. It was just one. It looked like, but who knows? I don't know. Let me see something here. I have an update for you about the Nancy Guthrie missing person case. Michael Ruiz of Fox News reports the Sheriff Nanos in Pima County, Arizona, reports that the sheriff confirms that the DNA found on a glove 2.5 miles from Nancy Guthrie's home was the DNA of a restaurant employee who works nearby and is unrelated to her abduction. So remember, they found a glove a couple miles away from Nancy Guthrie's house? Well, the DNA belongs to a restaurant employee who works nearby. That is from Michael Ruiz of Fox News. AP is also reporting Spain's government denies cooperation with U.S. operations in the Middle East, contradicting White House. Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt, in her press conference today, her press briefing, said that there was an agreement with Spain to cooperate. Still a lot of gunfire. Listen to this. You might hear, hold on. I want to take a second, and we've been busy since we came on the air. Well, hold on. I don't want to talk over the sound. All right, let me thank a couple people here. First of all, thanks so much to our moderators. We have moderating Beth Mythical, Thanks Beth Mythical for moderating over there on YouTube. And also on Twitch, our moderators over there. Bastion Girl, big ball of yarn. I got that fire, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah and Surly Dev. Thank you. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha moderate for us on X. Oops. Seems like the gunfire has died down some. Nope, I'm hearing more. Kay Lowry Body is moderating. Thanks, Kay, on Facebook. But it has died down some. Again, I don't know if it was connected to the, as I said before, to the leader of Hezbollah speaking. But he stopped speaking before the gunfire died down. And yeah, that was some pretty, there was a lot of that outgoing tracer fire or anti-aircraft fire. That was pretty crazy. Let me update this. Oh, we're still hearing some. Hey, I want to thank some people. Thank you to Shahzad Saeed from Pakistan. Thank you, Shahzad. Also, Colleen Taipon. I am Lurker. Hold on. I am Lurker, Martin Velo, thank you, Marky Bia. Sorry, I'm way behind on thanking people. Neapolitan Betts, thank you so much, I appreciate that. Cap Givens, Scott Bedwell, thanks Scott. Devil Helsinki, Miss Curvy, Jasper, KC3DLL, Jaway, Sharon Goslin, Mark, Lidwine Elizabeth, thank you. Air Bear West Downer. Hold on. Glaucoma, DJ Connick, thank you. LeGrant Jackson, Hermes, Mr. Cyphex, at 4006 PA Jeeper, Yo-Yo, Goofy, Two Dog Mom, Jasper Axelrod, I Am Lurker. Sorry, almost done, but I appreciate it, your support. Stephen Wanzer, Elpez Heavenly Intervention, Freshly Man TV, D. Zaharsher, The King Charles Ryan 1914, Ramen in My Tum Tum, Hell Wolf for Liberty, CNC Cigars, Scoo 32956, Hotfix, Infinity HD, Noradav, Laura Lou, a few more here, Lorne Allen Green, Ray Becker, Kevin E2H, thank you. Give me one moment here. I'm just checking here. Man, how long was that going on for? That was going on for a while. I was just trying to see if I could figure out when. Well, I'm not going to worry about it right now. We just showed it. You can rewind and watch it. Oh, let's focus on the live right now. We have other things to talk about. I'll leave the live up. And yeah, I mean, I have some live cameras. Hold on. I have some live cameras from Israel, but they've been cutting those cameras during the missile alerts. So I think you're more likely to see activity on the Beirut cam than you are on the Israel cams. Yeah, we got to talk about some other things. President Trump is going to appear shortly, and he might take some questions. So we'll definitely keep an eye on that. Hey, I also want to say a quick thanks to, on Twitch, thank you to Blackup V2, Bogral, Dejibril, Tawny Magic, Braiders, Justin D. Winters, Meat Missile, Corba Diablo, and Douthis. There's more gunfire in the distance here. I'm hearing it. Breaking update. Hold on. I have an update for you. I have some news for you. I know we're hearing gunfire, but I have some news. I-24 News English. I-24 News English reports, hang on, that Kurdish forces in Iraq have launched a ground military offensive into Iran against the Islamic regime. An Iranian Kurdish official tells I-24 News English. According to the official, thousands of Kurdish fighters began taking combat positions inside Iranian territory on Monday. Now, I can't confirm that. There have been reports in the last day or two that the U.S. has been arming Kurds in western Iran. But I-24 News English, this comes from their producer, Yulia Pogebalova. She's with I-24 News English. She says, exclusive, Kurdish forces in Iraq have launched a ground military offensive. There are Kurds in both Iraq and Iran, by the way, and a couple other countries too. Turkey and Syria, I think. But the report is that Kurdish forces in Iraq have launched a ground military offensive into Iran against the Islamic regime. An Iranian Kurdish official tells I-24 News English. According to the official, thousands of Kurdish fighters began taking combat positions inside Iranian territory on Monday, March 2nd. All right, well, we'll have to talk about that more. I'm just seeing that right now. Give me a moment here. Let me check to see if I have any more updates on that news that I'm seeing. Let me also show you a map. That might be helpful. Okay, this is helpful. I'm going to show you something from Encyclopedia Britannica. I really appreciate them letting me show stuff from them. Just to show you this real quick, okay? So in Kurdistan, a broadly defined geographic region, says the Encyclopedia Britannica, traditionally inhabited mainly by Kurds. It's spread over large parts of what are now eastern Turkey, northern Iraq, and western Iraq, Iran, and smaller parts of northern Syria and Armenia. Okay. Since ancient times, the area has been home of the Kurds, a people whose ethnic origins are uncertain. With the dissolution of the Ottoman Empire after World War I, Kurdish nationalists looked to the eventual establishment of a Kurdistani state. So is this, just to make sure here, Kurdistan is a loosely defined geographic region in Western Asia traditionally inhabited by Kurds. Most Kurds live in contiguous areas of Iran, Iraq, and Turkey. That is that's a drawing of Kurdistan from the Encyclopedia Britannica. Although it's a little unclear to me if they're saying that's like a historic area or the current area. But I'll try to get you another drawing. But Kurds inhabit parts of Iran, Turkey, Syria, and Iraq. I'm not sure about Armenia. But what you can see is that there's Kurds in western Iran and also northern and eastern Iraq. So, in theory, Kurds in Iraq could cross the border into Iran and join Western Irani Kurds. Anyways, I'm going to post a link to the article from Encyclopedia Britannica so you can look it up yourself if you'd like to. I'm going to look that up a little more. I was just trying to give you a kind of a general idea of the location. Wikipedia says Kurdistan is a roughly defined geocultural region in West Asia in which the Kurds form a prominent majority population. Kurdistan, hold on a second here. Trying to find you a good map here of it. Turn the volume up a bit here. Wikipedia says Kurds are indigenous to Kurdistan, a geographic region spanning southeastern Turkey, northwestern Iran, northern Iraq, and northeastern Syria. Anyways, the reason it is a group of people that does not have their own state. Hearing more gunfire in Lebanon, in Beirut. Wikipedia says the 20th century, the history of the Kurds has largely been marked. Since the 20th century, the history of the Kurds has largely been marked by struggles for independence. Now, in case people were wondering, there is a Lebanese airliner plane that looks like it's going to land in Beirut. I have seen Lebanese MEA Airlines planes land at the airport when there's like tons of smoke from airstrikes. So I'm not super surprised to see this plane landing right now. But that's a Lebanese airline. Oh, hold on. We can see the plane. You can see the plane right now. That's the plane. I think that's the plane right there on the camera. See the plane going by? Sorry, I didn't even see it before. I think that's the plane. It just landed. It's just landing now. No, I think that was the plane. Because On flight radar, it was just about to land. I really think that was the plane. I think we just saw it. I do think we just saw it. I could be wrong, but I really think that was it. I mean, because that's the exact time it was landing on I could rewind that for a second. I think. Yes, I believe this is from a few seconds ago. I believe this is the plane as it's coming into land. This is about 30 seconds ago. I believe it's a Lebanese airliner, MEA. Anyways. That's my guess. You see planes on these streams during the day. You can see them. From Cairo. Hey, let me try to get an update on this Kurd story. I have not heard any other reports of this Kurd story. Is anyone else talking about this? State media in Iran, Mer News, I guess, I'm not seeing this. Where did they say it? According to Al Jazeera, Mer News Agency in Iran says air defenses are currently activated in Tehran on a large scale. The time is not the Lebanon time. It is Iran time. As it says on the screen, Iran time. Iran is a half an hour difference from many other countries. Michael Weiss, who I follow, says, wait for further confirmation about the Kurds, but it could be the start of the reported operation. To repeat, I-24 News English reports that Kurdish forces in Iraq have launched a ground military offensive into Iran against the Islamic regime. An Iranian Kurdish official tells I-24 News English. According to the official, thousands of Kurdish fighters began taking combat positions inside Iranian territory on Monday. This comes after multiple reports that said that the U.S. was working with or arming the Kurds to fight against the regime. For example, NBC News today, Trump officials consider arming Kurdish opposition against Iran's regime. NBC News said Trump called Kurdish leaders in Iraq on Sunday to discuss possibly arming Kurds there and in Iran, testing the possibility of using the opposition forces to topple the regime in Tehran. CNN reported yesterday CIA is working to arm Kurdish forces to spark uprising in Iran. CNN said that Iranian Kurdish forces are expected to take part in a ground operation in western Iran in the coming days. So is there a ground operation? Is there a U.S. supported ground operation by Kurds in western Iran against the Iranian regime? Has that begun? We do not know. One of our viewers said, what is Turkey going to do about it? Turkey does not have a good relation with the Kurds. So definitely we need to keep an eye on this Kurd story. It seems like a big story. Oh, is that another plane coming in? It's another plane. I can see another plane live because I can see it on flight radar. This is another plane landing. That's an MEA plane. MEA is a Lebanese airline. We just saw another plane landing. This one is from Istanbul, because I just saw it on Flight Radar 24. That is from Istanbul to Beirut. There you go. Also, hey guys, I have another report for you. I have another report to you. Oops, hold on a second here. Al Monitor, which covers the Middle East, reports today that U.S.-backed Kurdish forces poised to enter Iran from Iraqi Kurdistan within days. An alliance of 6 Iranian Kurdish groups backed by the United States is preparing to enter Iran to join in the U.S.-Israel campaign to dislodge the Iranian regime. Despite threats from Iran and growing opposition from regional heavyweight Turkey, says Al Monitor. Wow. It could have already started, by the way. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. So many outlets are reporting that the U.S. is supporting Kurds, backing Kurds, fighting against the regime. And I-24 News says that the Kurd ground operation has begun. Wow. CNN reported today, I got to turn the volume down here. CNN reported earlier today, Natasha Bertrand, CNN reported earlier today that the CIA support for Iranian Kurdish groups has been ongoing for at least several months. Any chance this U.S. military operation was planned months in advance? Any chance of that? That there was a plan way in advance and that the arming of the Kurds happened months in advance in anticipation of the attack on Iran? I don't know. One of our viewers said, it's something that's been talked about. It's been talked about in the administration. But my point is, I guess, that, say, 2 or 3 months ago, was it not just being considered? Was it like, we're doing this? So I guess maybe a better way of putting it was, any chance the U.S.-Israel attack on Iran was decided on months in advance? See what I'm saying? Big reports coming out about the Kurds, guys. By the way, another Con News, Roy Case with Con News said this, and thanks to Faye Tuck's News for pointing this out. Con News Israel reports that Arab intelligence sources estimate that the Houthis in Yemen are planning to attack vital targets inside Saudi Arabia using missiles and drones as they have done in the past. And therefore, security around King Salman and the Saudi Crown Prince, Mohammed bin Salman, has been increased. In other words, says Con News, Roy Case, there is a fear of a direct hit on the Saudi royal family if a situation of combined attacks by Iran and the Houthis against the kingdom is created. Remember, the Houthis are Iranian-backed. Also, the Houthis have been involved in a civil war against a side. The Saudi Arabia has been fighting against the Houthis in Yemen. So it's not, it's certainly not a crazy thought to think that the Houthis could attack Saudi Arabia in the name of supporting Iran. A source in the Saudi royal family tells Khan News, says Roy Case, if the Houthis in Yemen join Iran in attacks against us, we will attack them back. That is a red line. So something we're hearing, just I want to throw this out there. The Kurds, Houthis, Saudi Arabia, this hasn't happened yet, but seems like you're talking about things that could, are we talking about regional war if these things happen? War expanding? Hasn't happened yet, and to that degree, but so a lot going on right now. I think this Kurd story is very important. I think it's very important. All right, let me check for some other updates here. I appreciate you being here with the broadcast. President Trump is supposed to be doing an appearance, but it's not live yet. Well, is it live yet? Trump is doing a roundtable, but he may. The Trump appearance is starting now, but I'm not going to show. Trump is talking about he is doing an appearance about a roundtable protection pledge. So I don't want to show that, but what I want to see is, does he take questions at this appearance? So I'll keep an eye on it. If he takes questions, Trump, then I'll show it. I can always show you that after the fact, but we don't need to watch, a roundtable about an unrelated topic. Give me one moment here. Give me one moment. I got to look something up. Hang on one moment. Thanks for your patience. We're going to be talking more about this Kurd story. Hey, explosion! We just saw an explosion! Explosion! Explosion right now! Maybe an airstrike right now. Big airstrike. Look at that. I think we just saw an airstrike. We just heard a boom too. Looks like we just saw an airstrike. Give me one moment here. We just saw it. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Wow, that was a big explosion. Hold on a sec here. The camera is moving around. Were there two of them? There might have been two of them. The camera is moving. The camera is moving. I will replay that in a second, but there might have been two. I definitely saw one. I thought I saw one, and then I looked and I saw the other one. Give me a second and I'll replay it. I just need to do one thing real quick. Okay, let's go back and watch. What was that, about a minute ago? I have to find out where it was. Does anyone have the? Give me a second. Let me find it. Does anyone have the time? You can if you could figure out, because I have a clock on the screen with seconds. So if somebody can figure out what the time code was in seconds when that explosion happened, they can just tell me in the chat, and then I can show it to you. Because I'd have to go find, it's a little hard to find. You see how, you could tell me the exact, 11:43:21 someone said. 11:43:21? So that would mean it's, well, I know what I can do. I can replay it from my own broadcast. Hold on. See if I can follow. I can replay it from. Someone said it was 11:43:21. I wish the dog would stop barking. I just saw it. That was really big. I just saw it, but give me a moment because I'm going to see if there was another one there. All right, I'm going to replay it for you in a second. I'm just seeing if there was one before it. Thought there was. All right, here it is. I'm replaying it for you now. Hold on, I'm gonna replay this for you right now. I am replaying it for you right now. Here is the replay of, looked like an airstrike. I don't know, but it was a pretty big explosion in Beirut moments ago. I need to put it over here. Let's see. Okay, see, this is me. All right, this is moments ago. Moments ago. I turned the volume off, but watch on your screen right there. I'm just going to replay it. And maybe I can freeze it. I think I can freeze it. There, look, I froze it. I froze it. There's a freeze frame right there. Freeze frame right there. As I mentioned before, as I mentioned multiple times before, I am aware that Trump is speaking live. He is doing an event that is unrelated to Iran. It is not related to Iran. And as I also said before, if I find out that Trump takes questions during the event and speaks on Iran, I will show it to you, either live or afterwards. I am fully aware of it. But he is not. All right, so, oh, he's talking about Iran now. Okay, thank you. Let me go over to see what he's talking about. Hold on. Give me a moment. There's too much happening. All right, here's Trump talking right now. This is live. This is live.
Great display of military strength, and I'm very proud to have, with some of the people in the room, both senators and congressmen, we rebuilt, and women, we rebuilt our military during the first term, and we're using it a little bit more than I thought we would have to. Venezuela worked out really great. We have a wonderful relationship with the president and the various representatives, and we're taking out hundreds of millions of barrels of oil, and that goes to our benefit and to Venezuela's benefit. They'll be doing better than they've ever done before, and we will get a big piece of that, and we'll also make life wonderful for the people of Venezuela who have been very, very badly hit. So that's a lot said in a short period of time, but you can witness it for yourself. And now we'll get on to something that I'm very proud of, because it was sort of my idea. Like
very much so.
Build your own power plant.
Okay, so
and everybody thought I was kidding.
I
said,
didn't.
Really, you can do that?
Hold on. Let me go back to the live. It sounded like he wasn't taking questions. He was just speaking at the start of the event. So let's go back to Beirut. I'll see if he takes questions. Thanks for letting me know. But this event is not in itself about Iran. So let me go back to the Beirut stream because right now they closed in on that area where the strike was. They did a close-up. So let me go. Hold on a second here. Right here. There's Beirut right there. You'll see it in a second. That's a close-up. I believe that's where that big strike was. And it looks, maybe it's smoking or something now. Looks like you can maybe see fire back there on the live shot here. Let me check the Lebanon outlets. Oh, breaking update. So, I am seeing reports in I am seeing Lebanese reports that there was a car targeted on the airport road. I am seeing pictures in video from Lebanon of a burning car on the airport road. In the airport, I'm guessing it's back there. Normally the airport is in the back of the shot. So we might have seen, that explosion might have been the targeting of a vehicle. Because again, multiple reports say a car was targeted on the airport road in Beirut. I'll post a link to the video in the chat. I don't know who was in the car. But again, this happens once in a while in Lebanon, where Israel will target a vehicle. But again, I think that's what we might have seen right there. I need to post a link to my X account in the chat. Give me a moment, I'll do that. But I do believe that we might have seen that big explosion, that flash, from the targeting of a vehicle on the airport road. All right, I'm going to pin my X account in the YouTube chat. If the moderators can pin it in the other platforms, that would be awesome. Thank you. Wow. Now, a quick thank you to Danny has receipts. Danny says Congress is debating the War Powers Resolution. I'll have to look into that. Thank you, Danny. Thank you also Lieutenant Colonel Bill Kilgore and Freshly Man TV, who said there was a warning sent out by the IDF to southern Lebanon. Yeah, I mean, Israel has been sending out lots of evacuation warnings to southern Lebanon over the last few days. We don't have a camera from southern Lebanon, but they've been sending out a lot of them. They say people need to evacuate from targets identified associated with Hezbollah. Now, if they send out warnings about Beirut, I'll let you know, because then you would anticipate strikes on this camera. Thank you, Freshly Man TV. I'll have to see if I see the warnings here, but again, I would not be surprised if they issued more warnings for southern Lebanon. Thank you. Reese Carton 6, thank you. One Act CD, thank you. And Frantic to the Future, Frombic to the Future, The Freak Show, Chris D. Oh, more. Hey guys, more anti-aircraft fire. Look. More firing from the ground. Looks like anti-aircraft fire. You can see it. You can see it on the right there. Thank you, Chris D, Crystalia, Joshua Porter, Miss Curvy, Lornal and Gren, one story writer in Turkey, Jeff Manji, who says, I think the war is escalating in the region. It looks like it's expanding. Thank you, Cecile. Erin McCune. Mylene. Mylene thinks an independent Kurdish state is coming soon. Thanks, One Act CD again. Thousands, Big Screen, Obsidian Moon, Brandon X Bambi, This is the AFP feed we're watching. We're watching the AFP feed right now from Beirut. Thank you, Vanessa, Stephen Briones, the Ray Becker, Crazy Yoda, No Not November, Marky B. Yeah. The Ray Becker says there are 100,000 Kurd fighters. So I don't know if there is a Kurd operation going on right now supported by the U.S. ground operation. If there is actually one, we'll talk about that more. If there is, I don't know how many fighters would be taking part in it. Thank you, Calum T1902. Up, hold on. I'm seeing more fire from the ground. More fire from the ground going up. Kevin, thank you. Kevin E2H. Just some Kiwi lad who says there is a drone over Cyprus, Lebanon flight radar. I'll have to check it out. Thank you, J Mac Daddy Funk. Reese Carton, thank you. One Act CD, I'll have to check your report about Qatar Energy as well. Thank you. Again, there is a vehicle on fire on the airport road in Beirut after a strike. And let me just show you, we saw a strike about 15 minutes ago on camera, and I think we may have seen the flash from that targeting of a vehicle. Here it is again. This is moments ago. Well, more like 15 minutes ago. There's the screen grab, and I'll just play it again so you can see it. Right there. I think that was the targeting of the car. Okay, now let's get back to the live shot. Faytux News mentioned that I-24 now has an article on their report. I-24 News says thousands of, this is live, by the way, this is not recorded. We're on the live shot right now. I-24 News has a new article, and it says thousands of Kurdish fighters launch ground offensive into Iran against regime, official says. The report comes as Washington weighs support for Kurdish groups, and Trump speaks with Kurdish leaders about the war with Iran. So again, I-24 News English is reporting that an official from the Coalition of Political Forces of Iranian Kurdistan says Kurdish armed groups based in Iraq have already begun a military offensive against Iranian regime forces. Am I seeing an alert of some sort here? There is a drone alert in northern Israel. Drone alert, that is what is going on in northern Israel near the Lebanon border. Golan region, near the Golan region, and part of it in the Golan region. I-24 News English says that a Kurdish official tells them the ground military movements by Kurdish forces against Iran have already started since the midnight of March 2nd. This Kurdish official claims Iranian forces evacuated a border city and began establishing defensive positions. The comments come as amid several media reports suggesting that Washington may be considering Kurdish groups as potential partners in efforts to pressure the Iranian regime. You can read that at I-24 News English. The official told I-24 News there are a few thousand trained armed forces in eastern Kurdistan, which is western Iran, who are ready to be armed by the state of Israel and the USA. This Kurdish official also said that a future Kurdish state could serve as a strategic corridor linking the Persian Gulf to Israel. Kurds are a powerful force to defeat the enemies of Israel, he said. Now, I don't know that the states in the region where the Kurds live are going to be enthralled with the idea of a Kurdish state, like Turkey. So we'll have to see how this plays out. Sorry, thanks for letting me know I was off the camera. I didn't realize. I was off screen. Okay, now, there's a lot going on. The IDF 20 minutes ago said that they dismantled dozens of assets belonging to the Iranian regime's ballistic missile array, including missile launchers and defense systems, deployed in the area that constituted a threat to the Israeli Air Force's aircraft. Also, Israel did say 12 minutes ago the IDF attacked a terrorist from the Hezbollah terrorist organization in the Beirut area. More details to follow. Again, we saw, I believe, the flash from that when a vehicle was targeted on the airport road. Thanks to Law Search, who mentioned the IDF post. Oh, and then Kimberly Bailey mentioned the IDF post as well. We have an update from Israel. Update: Home Front Command announces easing of guidelines tomorrow. Let's see. The Home Front Command announced a bit of an easing of guidelines. I'm seeing reports on this from Ynet and Con News. Let's see if I can translate here. I bet I can translate and then show it to you. Israel Home Front Command says gatherings can be held for up to 50 people, provided they are in a location for which a standard protected space can be reached within the required defense time. Work activities can be held in a location from which a standard protected space can be reached within the required defense time. No educational activities are to be held. So again, Home Front Command is announcing a bit of an easing of restrictions in Israel. I don't have the exact time when that comes into effect. So please, if you're in Israel, check the Home Front Command announcement for the exact details. Starting tomorrow, says I-24 News English. Oh, org.il. Oh, you have to be. Anyways, here is that new update there, right here. Home Front Command guidelines from March 5th until March 7th. You can see gatherings can be held up to 50 people, provided that a standard protected space can be reached within the time available to reach shelter. Workplace activities can be held in a place from which a standard protected space can be reached. Educational activities are prohibited. More gunfire in Beirut. Israel reports that today, 2 of their soldiers were moderately injured from anti-tank fire towards IDF troops operating in southern Lebanon. They just reported that. I didn't even see, President Trump is still doing his event. I don't know that he'll take questions at that event. Hakeem Jeffries is speaking about the War Powers Resolution right now. Let me just show you that for a second here. This is Hakeem Jeffries speaking about the War Powers Resolution on the House floor. Hang on a moment. I'm going to put this on the screen for you right now.
To undo.
Hold on. One moment. What a relief to not have to hear the dog barking. My gosh. Okay, here is Hakeem Jeffries. You'll see him pop up on your screen right now. I'll put the volume on.
Was set back several years, and whose State Department said Iran isn't even enriching uranium today. Mr. Speaker, was the Commander-in-Chief confused in June, or is he confused right now? It was not long ago when America could be sure that we were preventing Iran from pursuing a nuclear weapon. The Iran nuclear agreement successfully did that until Donald Trump recklessly decided to pull the plug because he suffers from Obama derangement syndrome. The president has spent much of the past year trying and failing to restore the same negotiated safeguards he abandoned for partisan political reasons. And because of his failure to negotiate the guardrails that he destroyed, he has now taken us to war. Third, President Trump claims that Iran poses an imminent threat to the United States through its development of intercontinental ballistic missiles that could perhaps someday reach our shores. If Iran is actually on the verge of having that capability, the president should provide the evidence. But no such evidence has been presented to this Congress or to the American people. We can only assume that it does not exist. Fourth, Donald Trump said that he wanted to achieve regime change. Now, Donald Trump is an individual who promised Americans on the campaign trail that launching regime change wars in the Middle East has been one of the most foolish and costly things that the United States has ever done. Those are Donald Trump's words on the campaign trail. Candidate Trump said that if elected, he would never get our country into an endless regime war. President Trump has now done the exact opposite. Regime change wars are among the most expensive things that we can undertake. And yes, Secretary Hegseth, for decades, they have failed to accomplish their objective. Vietnam was a regime change war. Afghanistan was a regime change war. Iraq was a regime change war. And despite the incredible bravery of our heroes and patriots, because of failed policy decisions, they didn't work out. Even if the Iranian regime were to fall, we have no way to control what comes next, which most experts believe would be the Iranian Revolutionary Guard-led government rising up and being just as repressive and antagonistic as the current theocracy, and perhaps even more committed to the acquisition of nuclear weapons. Fifth, and most recently, Donald Trump said, "I had a feeling Iran would attack," as some sort of rationale for going to war. Donald Trump had a feeling that Iran would attack. The United States government has initiated a war, put American lives at risk. 6 patriots have already been killed. Thousands of American citizens are stranded in the Middle East, and he's plunged the entire Middle East into a war and chaos over a feeling. It's outrageous, it's unacceptable, it shocks the conscience. The last few days, 6 service members have died, and the Trump administration has acknowledged that more of our heroes are going to be killed. We have no concrete justification for why we are putting American troops in harm's way and spending billions of dollars on a foreign war while the affordability crisis rages here at home. A crisis Donald Trump said he would fix on day one, but instead, Republican policies have made worse. Taxpayer dollars should be used to drop grocery prices, drop housing costs, and drop health insurance premiums. Instead, Donald Trump is spending billions of taxpayer dollars to drop bombs in the Middle East. Mr. Speaker, the president's war is unwise, it's unpopular, unauthorized, unlawful, and unconstitutional. And in the United States, we serve the rule of law, not the rule of man. James Madison once wrote in 1788, "The accumulation of all powers, legislative, executive, and judiciary, in the same hands, may justly be pronounced the very definition of tyranny." Our Constitution requires the president get approval from the Congress before launching a war. That has not happened. And that's why this bipartisan resolution, led by Democrats, is on the floor of the House of Representatives today. In their wisdom, the framers believed that they had made it impossible for a president to do what Donald Trump has just done, and that no other president has done before, launched a major war in the Middle East without the approval of Congress. That's what Donald Trump's time in office has been all about. Failure after failure, betrayal after betrayal, disaster after disaster. In his return to the presidency, Mr. Speaker, Donald Trump has left America less prosperous, less safe, and less free. He has hurt us again and again, failed us again and again. And now, by launching this unauthorized war of choice, setting fire to our Constitution. The American people deserve better. And as Democrats, we're committed to continuing to fight to use your taxpayer dollars to lower the high cost of living, to fix our broken healthcare system, and to clean up corruption. And we stand on the floor here today to make sure that those taxpayer dollars are being used in ways that are designed to make life better for the American people, not launching another endless war in the Middle East that is destined to cost more American lives and waste billions, if not trillions, in taxpayer dollars. We are here to stand up for the American people. We are here to stand up for our men and women in uniform. We are here to stand up for the rule of law and the United States Constitution. We will not rest until we end this national nightmare and continue America's march toward a more perfect union. Vote yes on this war powers resolution. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I heard a lot there. I didn't hear any discussion of Article 2 authority. I heard a lot of reminiscing, but I didn't hear any reminiscing about Libya either. There you go. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Texas.
Hey, guys.
Chairman Emeritus of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Mr. McCall.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Hey, Speaker, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm using
I'm
using this opportunity to just grab a snack, okay? So I'm going to play a little more of this debate from Congress while I'm eating a snack right now, and then in a couple minutes I'll be back, but I'll let this keep playing.
fanning the flames of chaos and violence beyond its borders. From that moment onward, China, Russia, and Iran have been locked together in an unholy alliance, which seeks to destroy Western values and upend the global balance of power. Iran has played a key role in these malign efforts, arming Russia with lethal drones to massacre Ukrainians and fueling China's military machine through illicit sales of oil. Its terror proxies, Hamas, Houthis, and Hezbollah, have sown terror and instability across the world. This is a regime that values martyrdom over prosperity and chaos over peace. Their legacy of American bloodshed in Beirut and the USS Cole, to harboring terrorists after 9/11, to backing Hamas's unprovoked October 7 attacks that killed 46 Americans. A regime this murderous can never be allowed to have a nuclear weapon. Thanks to President Trump and Operation Epic Fury, the dark shroud that covered the Middle East for nearly 5 decades has now been lifted. And the people of Iran, who have suffered so greatly at the hands of the Ayatollah, finally have a chance for freedom. This is an historic moment, one that could finally put the Middle East on the path to peace. In my judgment, Iran's decision to hit our partners with this was a severe miscalculation, turning the Gulf nations against Iran. Meanwhile, the regimes of the so-called allies, Russia and China, have abandoned Iran. Iran is isolated and now an island, and normalization between Israel and the Arab nations, as envisioned in the Abraham Accords, is now at hand. Despite these truths, congressional Democrats are seeking to force President Trump to halt Epic Fury mid-operation, risking the objectives of this critical mission solely for political purposes. Now is not the time to tie the hands of our commander-in-chief, and it's also not the time to hold up DHS funding. Even before Operation Epic Fury, the threat landscape was at an all-time high. President Biden's open border allowed more than 700 Iranian nationals to enter our country, and more than 18,000 known or suspected terrorists. As a former chairman of the Homeland Security Committee, I know all too well sleeper cells can execute foreign-inspired or directed acts of terrorism within our borders. And we have already seen that happen in my hometown of Austin, where 3 people were tragically killed over the weekend at the hands of the terrorists. Operation Epic Fury confronts this threat head-on, severing the tentacles Iran has wrapped around the globe to strangle peace and spread terror. The Ayatollah's reign of terror began with weak leadership from President Carter. It will end with strong leadership from President Trump.
Hold on.
This war powers resolution is ill-timed and ill-advised.
Was there a
Congress must stand with the president and our military.
Let me rewind for a second and see if I can find that for you. I didn't catch it. Oh, I'm seeing some stuff on. Hold on. Let's put the. Let me put the. I'm seeing some anti-aircraft fire. So give me a moment. Hang on. When was it? About a minute ago or something? I'm gonna replay. That doesn't help me. Change this to moments ago. When was it? I'm trying to find it here. I'm replaying from moments ago, right in the middle. Maybe I can speed it up. Playback speed 3 times. Oh, I just saw it. I just saw it. Hold on. I just saw it. There you go. Hold on. Here we go. Let's replay that. Nancy Pelosi is speaking. Oh, she was speaking. Did I forward it too far? Sorry. Now I can't remember if I forwarded it too far. I replayed it for you. Was it here? Let's try this again. Trying to find it. Now I can't find it anymore. If you can tell me what the time code was when it happened, what the clock said when it happened, 1:26:30. All right, hold on a moment. I have to pull it up here. Let me pull it up right now. Pulling it up on the screen, because I did say I'd show it to you. Try to take a minute to have a snack, and this is what happens. But we want you to see it. I just looked at 1:26:30 and I didn't see it. 1:26:13? Yeah, there it is. I just saw it. Hold on, I'm going to show it to you right now. Here it is. Here it is right now. Oops, I got to make this bigger. No, I don't want that. Here it is moments ago. Here you go. Watch right here. You'll see it in a second. That looked like maybe an airstrike. See that right there? I'll play it one more time. There you go. Okay. I'll go to the live on that now. I'm putting the video live now. Getting rid of this. Now this is live. But I want to show you Nancy Pelosi is speaking. It's Nancy Pelosi. She is speaking.
That verifiably prevented Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon. I have this book of statements from our colleagues who told the president we need to see the substance of the agreement, we need to see the validation and proof of it all, we need the communication to the American people. The president respected the Congress and came and gave reasons, and this is for an agreement. And this president won't even come and give us the data for an action of war. So let's be clear, this is not a debate about the merits of the war. That's another debate. It's a debate of the Constitution of the United States. The beauty of the Constitution, central to it, is the separation of power.
I yield the gentlelady another 30 seconds.
Okay. Essential of power, Article 1, and in that Article 1 is very importantly the power of the Congress to declare war. So, but again, let us be serious about our oath of office to protect and defend the Constitution as we protect and defend the people of our country. That is our responsibility. That is what we will do. I urge our colleagues to vote in support of the Constitution, then go on to the debate of whether we should go into Iran or how we go into Iran. And I think that there'll be some mixed views on that, but that's a different subject. I urge our colleagues to honor your oath of office, honor the vision of our founders, honor the sacrifice of our men and women in uniform who've gotten us here today. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields. Does the gentleman reserve? Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 3 quick points. Just number 1, it is Article 2 of the Constitution that gives the President the authority to defend us against the imminent threat of Iran. I would say that if the Iran nuclear deal was so masterful, why didn't they bring it before Congress and the Senate, before the Senate? And the final point that I would make is this. Again, last Congress, 354 members of Congress, including 150 Democrats, and Speaker Emeritus Pelosi, who just spoke, all voted to say, use all means necessary to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon. That was their vote. And I am proud to yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Arkansas, Chairman of the Intelligence Committee, Mr. Crawford.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the Chairman, my good friend, Mr. Mast, for yielding and for his leadership on highlighting the error of removing the United States Armed Forces from a conflict. It will bring an end to a 47-year engagement. Mr. Speaker, make no mistake about it, the Iranian regime is the largest state sponsor of terrorism in the world, and despite extensive diplomatic efforts, the regime refuses to give up its nuclear weapon ambitions, its ballistic, cruise, and anti-ship missile production and proliferation, or its support of terror. As Secretary Rubio said yesterday, quote, Iran is run by lunatics, religious fanatic lunatics. They have an ambition to have nuclear weapons. They intend to develop those nuclear weapons behind a program of missiles and drones and terrorism that the world will not be able to touch them for fear of those things, end quote. When these murderous despots tell us what they want, that they want to eliminate us from existence, which they have said time and time again over the past 47 years, and now in a relatively short time frame, they attempt to sprint to the finish line by significantly hardening their conventional defensive posture, expediting the development of nuclear weapons, and showing their desperation by slaughtering thousands of their own people. It's clear that we have reached the point of no return, a point after which it's too late to respond. We all know that we wouldn't be here today if the president's name wasn't Donald Trump. Democrats have been calling for the U.S. to take action against Iran until Donald Trump did so. Last month, Democrats sponsored H.R. 7380, the Iran Act, chastising the Iranian regime for repeatedly shutting down internet connectivity and impeding the Iranian people from communicating during emergencies and exercising internationally recognized human rights. And earlier this year, the Democrat-sponsored H.R. 5912, the Disrupt Act, would require the executive branch to, quote, develop a whole-of-government strategy to disrupt growing cooperation among the People's Republic of China, the Russian Federation, the Islamic Republic of Iran, and the People's Republic of Korea, which are the foremost adversaries of the United States, and mitigate the risk posed to the United States. This Democrat bill even states that the partnering of these four U.S. adversaries, quote, reinforces threats posed by each such adversary individually. Seems pretty clear to me that the Democratic rhetoric is argued in favor of cracking down on the brutal Iran regime, of course, until President Trump was the one to initiate the regime's demise. President Trump has a duty to protect Americans and the United States' interests both at home and abroad. The administration engaged in earnest diplomacy to mitigate the Iranian threat. It became crystal clear, however, that the Iranian regime used the diplomatic process to buy itself time to reconstitute its ballistic missile inventories and nuclear weapons program. As the threat neared its apex, a point beyond which mitigation would be impossible, President Trump lived up to his duty as commander-in-chief and took decisive action. On March 2nd, President Trump notified Congress, consistent with the oft-criticized War Powers Resolution of 1973, of military action used to address this threat to the American people and American interests. In other words, the President has clearly acted consistent with precedent and has prosecuted this military action in a transparent and forthcoming manner, holding multiple press conferences, and sending his cabinet officials and operational experts to provide multiple classified briefings on the status of the ongoing conflict to all members of Congress, as well as appropriate committees and their staffs. Mr. Speaker, passing the measure today would do nothing to keep America safe. It would do nothing to strengthen Congress, and all it would do is put America's safety and that of our allies at risk. It would allow Iran to once again rebuild its murderous regime and terrorize the world. Vote no. I thank Chairman Mast for his partnership and his leadership, and I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Yes, I'm proud to yield 2 minutes and 30 seconds to the esteemed gentlewoman from the great Commonwealth of Massachusetts, the whip of the Democratic caucus, the Honorable Catherine Clark.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman from New York for yielding. Donald Trump has taken America to war without authorization, without explanation, without a strategy or an exit plan. 6 brave service members have already given the ultimate sacrifice. Others have been wounded, and Americans are stranded across the region. And what do we hear from our commander-in-chief? He shrugs and says, that's the way it is. And how about that ballroom? The American people do not want their sons and daughters shipped to another war in the Middle East when they don't even know what the mission is. They want a country where their children can do better and reach higher than their parents did, where they don't just survive, but can actually get ahead, where a doctor's appointment is not a luxury. And what are they getting instead? Republicans have been raiding their health care, their Social Security, their veterans' benefits, all to enrich the billionaire class. Illegal tariffs jacking up prices, secret police murdering Americans in the street, a corrupt DOJ that covers for pedophiles while denying their victims justice. But today, you can stand with Americans who are entitled to know what the objective of this war is, what the cost will be. They deserve to know the sacrifice will not just fall on working and military families, but will be shared by the wealthy and the powerful. Today, you can join us in telling the President that the Constitution is not just a suggestion, that our country belongs to its people, to the American people, and that the power to declare war belongs to the people's representatives, and that 250 years later, whatever Donald Trump may think, that America still has no kings. I yield back.
Yields to the gentleman reserves. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Alabama, Chairman of the Armed Services Committee, Mr. Rogers.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the chairman for yielding. I rise in strong opposition to this resolution. The intelligence is clear. Iran was attempting to rebuild its nuclear program. Iran was developing missiles that could place American bases in the region and our homeland at risk. The rapid expansion of Iranian missiles and drones posed an immediate threat to U.S. forces and partners in the region. And Iran's missile and drone arsenal acted as a conventional shield to its nuclear program. Faced with this threat, the president sought diplomatic solutions. But the Iranian regime refused to abandon their pursuit of a nuclear weapon. They refused to limit their ballistic missile arsenal, and they refused to rein in their terrorist proxies. Only when it became clear that Iran would not agree to a peaceful resolution did President Trump take decisive action and lawful action to protect the American people. As Secretaries Rubio and Hegseth have repeatedly explained, this is a limited military operation with clearly defined objectives. Those objectives are, number one, to destroy the Iranian missile, drone, and defense infrastructure posing a threat to U.S. forces and partners in the region. Number two, to degrade Iran's industrial capacity to produce additional drones and missiles. And number three, to destroy Iranian naval assets with the capacity to threaten U.S. forces and the free flow of commerce through the region. Achieving these objectives will ensure Iran can no longer threaten the U.S. or our allies. Past administrations have allowed the threat from Iran to grow and fester to the problem we have now. President Trump took decisive action to end the threat and restore the credibility of American deterrence. At this time, we should be focused on ensuring our warfighters have the resources and capabilities they need to succeed in this operation. We should not pass any resolution that will end this critical operation before achieving these military objectives. Doing so would needlessly risk the lives of American service members and American allies. I ask all members to pray for the safety of our men and women in uniform and honor those who have made the ultimate sacrifice. I also urge my colleagues to oppose this resolution, and I yield back the balance of my time. The gentleman yields, and the gentleman from Florida reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Yeah, I'm happy to yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Kentucky and the sponsor of this important resolution, the Honorable Representative Thomas Massey.
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I thank the gentleman from New York. Mr. Speaker, James Madison wrote to Thomas Jefferson in 1789, "The Constitution supposes what the history of all governments demonstrates, that the executive branch of power is the most interested in war and most prone to it. It has accordingly, with studied care, vested the question of war in the legislature. The Constitution is clear. Article 1, Section 8, Clause 11 of our Constitution provides Congress initiatory powers of war. Article 2, Section 2, Clause 1 of our Constitution gives the President operational powers of war to wage that war. Even if this body were to pretend that the 1973 War Powers Resolution supersedes the clear language of the Constitution, the President still has not met the conditions required by that law itself. The 1973 War Powers Resolution states plainly that the President may only introduce U.S. armed forces into hostilities pursuant to 3 conditions. Either 1, declaration of war, 2, specific statutory authorization, or 3, a national emergency created by an attack upon the United States. None of those conditions exist today. Iran has not attacked the United States, Congress has not declared war, and Congress has not granted specific statutory authorization. Beyond the constitutional question, here lies an even more important one. Why are we going to war with Iran? We owe our military service members a clear mission. And American families in my district want to know how this is going to help them pay for groceries. How does this make them any safer in their schools or in their neighborhoods? How does this help them pay for housing? Have we learned nothing from the laundry list of wars and regime change experiments we sparked across the Middle East that have racked up a total of at least $8 trillion of debt in Iraq, Libya, Syria, Afghanistan? A sustained war with Iran will not stabilize the region. It's already ignited the region. It will radicalize new generations of terrorists, and it will send more swarms of refugees into Europe and the United States. Iran is not Venezuela. The Ayatollah was not a president. He was a religious leader from a region notorious for radical Islamists. And the United States and Israel turned him into a martyr. And in the process of doing so, we've already expended billions of dollars, and more solemnly, 6 American families must now lay to rest their sons and daughters. And for what? This administration can't even give us a straight answer as to why we launched this preemptive war. The president says we had to strike first because an Iranian strike was imminent. Meanwhile, the Department of Defense conceded there was no evidence of an imminent Iranian strike. Some told us this war was about nuclear weapons, but 6 months ago, we were assured our last strike on Iran decimated their nuclear program. So which is it? I think the most candid answer came from the Secretary of State, who told the press that Israel forced our hand and dragged us into this war again. And that truth is the very reason why it is Congress that must decide war. If American lives are to be risked and American blood is to be shed, that decision must be debated and voted on by the representatives of the American people, and that debate is meant to be arduous, and that vote is meant to be hard. I have a theory. I think my colleagues don't want to go on record because we have a terrible track record of meddling in the Middle East. They don't want their name associated with this when it doesn't turn out well. But Congress cannot be bothered with its constitutional duty because for many in this chamber, it's easier to simply allow someone else's sons and daughters to be sent to combat without their vote. And to be clear, we aren't even here to declare war today. All we're voting on is a war powers resolution to reassert the Constitution, that Congress must decide questions of war. And if Congress wants war, then the Speaker should hold a vote to declare it. Some say Congress authorizes war when we pay for it, when we pass the budget bill. Here's the problem. We haven't taken on the hard work of defining the mission for our sons and daughters who are going to fight. That's not in the budget bill. It never is. And to the men and women who are engaged in combat, I sincerely thank you, and I pray for your safety. It is for you that I wrote this resolution. It is for you that all of us are here on this floor working so hard to force this vote so that you will have a clear mission that you deserve, so that you will know when you achieve it, you can come home. And with that, I urge support for this resolution, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Kentucky yields, and the gentleman from New York reserves.
Okay, hey guys, that was Thomas Massie, by the way, Republican from Kentucky. So I want to mention a news update here. I have a news update for you. News update. Fox News's Jennifer Griffin reports that thousands of Iraqi Kurds have launched a ground offensive in Iran. A U.S. official tells Fox. So that is the second outlet to report it. I-24 News reported it earlier today, English. I-24 News English reported it. Now I can say reports. I don't know if it's Iraqi Kurds or Iranian Kurds in Iraq. I mean, so there could be, these could be, so at a certain point, remember, the Kurds are a people who are, they live mainly in four different parts of four different countries: Iran, Iraq, Syria, and Turkey. So I don't know that it makes much difference. When you hear Iraqi Kurds, but keep that in mind, there are Kurds in Iran too. So I don't know if any of the Iraqi Kurds that this report is about were they living in the Iranian part of where the Kurds live and then came to Iraq to assemble, or I don't know. So I don't know how this is all, but again, Kurds live in Iran, Iraq, and Syria and Turkey. Their area is parts of those four countries where they're a majority. So again, reports Iraqi Kurds begin ground offensive in Iran. And there's multiple reports over the last couple of days that says the U.S. either is or was thinking of supporting and arming these Iraqi Kurds. So how much involvement does the U.S. have in this offensive if it's happening? But again, Jennifer Griffin of Fox News says thousands of Iraqi Kurds launch ground offensive in Iran. That's that a U.S. official tells Fox, a U.S. official. The I-24 News story was that a Kurdish official said it. I-24 News had said that Kurdish forces in Iraq have launched a ground military offensive into Iran against the Islamic regime. Thousands of them. So two different reports now say this. Two different reports say this now. Now so if this is happening, you would have questions like, has the U.S. armed these forces? Has the U.S. helped them otherwise? Could there be U.S. special forces with those Kurds? I don't know. There's reports about U.S. support. One of our viewers said CIA. CNN has a report today saying the CIA report for Iranian Kurdish groups has been ongoing for at least several months. And CNN reported yesterday the CIA has been working to arm Kurdish forces with the aim of fomenting a popular uprising in Iran, and Iranian Kurdish forces are expected to take part in a ground operation in western Iran in the coming days. That was CNN yesterday. Wow. Wow, guys. So Fox News now reporting that thousands of Iraqi Kurds have begun a ground offensive against the regime in Iran. One of our viewers said we're going to abandon the Kurds for the 10th time. All right. I need a second here to kind of catch up on everything. Breaking news, Barak Ravid also reports it. Barak Ravid is reporting it. He says, a senior American official confirms in a conversation with me, Kurdish Iranian militias have launched a ground offensive in northwest Iran. Wow. Breaking news. Barak Ravid is reporting it now too. He says, a senior American official confirms in a conversation with me, Kurdish Iranian militias have launched a ground offensive in northern Iran, northwest Iran. I'm going to just make it Kurds, because he said Kurdish Iranian. All right, I'm going to remove from the screen, because it's distracting, the Congress debate. I showed you some of it. Wow. So big news. This I think is worth the breaking news graphic. Multiple outlets now report that the Kurds, they are an ethnic group that lives, they don't have their own state, but they live in parts of 4 different countries, and that they have begun conducting a ground offensive in Iran. That comes after reporting that the U.S. is supporting them. I wonder what Turkey thinks about this. Turkey is not a fan of the Kurds. So does Turkey think, like, look at this and say, wow, this could help the Kurds get like their own state or something? I don't know. I honestly have no idea. I have no idea. I'm going to have to do some research on this. One of our viewers said Erdogan is not going to be happy. Hang on, this is very big news. This is very big news. I gotta thank some people too. Let me say thanks to a couple people. One moment here. Thanks so much to Shahzad Saeed from Pakistan. Thank you, Shahzad, for all your support. I really appreciate it. Also, Zero Sparky, Steve SRB, LeGrant Jackson. Steve, I'll have to check on that when I have a chance. Thank you. Gresh Lang. Thank you. I don't know what that is, Gresh, but thank you. That's something maybe I'll have to look up later too. Thank you, Gresh. Thank you, Stacy Cooper. Again, that's another thing I'll have to look up when I have a chance. Thank you, Stacy. What is this here? The Freak Show 1, thank you. Thank you, The Freak Show 1, I appreciate it. Thanks for your note. LeGrant Jackson, thank you. Neo Trips, Sean Friday. And again, The Freak Show, Jake from Reno. Ehams01, thank you. Frontic from, what does it say? From BC to the future. Thank you. The Freak Show again. Thank you, The Freak Show. Jane Bullymint. Ramen in my TomTom. I think I thanked Raman already. The Abraham Spies, Just Cars, Dario Gamelli. We're seeing another plane come in, for whatever it's worth, in Beirut. The Freak Show, Marky B, yeah, Res Carton, Just Some Kiwi Lad. Okay, I think I'm caught up over there. And thanks to, I have way too many things open on my desktop right now. Thanks to Leisure for your support and Warlord Wolf over there on Twitch. Let me just get, sorry, there's too much open. Oh, I see what, there's way too much open on my desktop. I see what happens here. Hold on. We gotta close some things here. There's too much open. Everything went crazy here on my desktop. All right, now. Big news, multiple reports that the Kurds have launched a ground offensive in western Iran. It sounds like maybe supported by the US. Let me show you something again here. Oh, I have a good map here. I found a really, I have a very good diagram for you. I have a good diagram for you right now. Wow, this is good. Oops, I think. Hold on a second here. Where did that go? Okay, so I have a map that'll show you where the Kurds live. This is from Congressional Research Service a few years ago. The Kurds in Iraq, Turkey, Syria, and Iran. The Kurds of the Middle East are an ethno-national group distinct from other peoples of the region. They share strong historical, cultural, and interactive bonds across countries and are one of the largest groups without control of the state. They are one of the largest groups without control of a state. Since the early 20th century, Kurds in Iraq, Turkey, Syria, and Iran have periodically faced repression and economic disadvantages and have at times engaged in conflict with their respective governments. Kurdish nationalists in these states have received support for their insurgencies or political struggles from other Kurds in the region, the Kurdish diaspora in Europe, numbering more than 1 million, notably mostly from Turkey, neighboring governments, and various international, including U.S. sources. Here is this map I want to show you. Can you see this map right here? Look at this. There it is. Okay, there's that map coming up of Kurdish populated areas. Notice how Western Iran, Kurdish populated area, and then across the border in Iraq. So some of the reporting today says that Kurds from Iraq have crossed the border into Iran. Michigan Blunder says Turkey will never let this fly. Kurds are 15% of the population in Iraq, 18% in Turkey, 9% in Syria, and 10% in Iran. If indeed those numbers are, I'm going to assume those numbers are still pretty much the same. Those are Kurdish populated areas. Wow. Okay, now let me see. What other reporting there is on this. No, I do not have Iran cameras. I don't expect to ever be getting, at least anytime soon, Iran cameras. I am sorry about that. Oh, N12 News's Amit Siegel. Amit Siegel with N12 News, Faytux News found this. Amit Siegel of N12 News Israel says, Israel officials confirm Kurdish forces have engaged Iranian forces. Let me try to get you some more updates on what is going on. But big news here. Big news. Reports of a Kurdish offensive in Iran. Reports would suggest from the last couple of days that that is being supported by the United States. One of our viewers says Turkey will be involved now. Congressional Research Service a few years ago said historically the Turkish government and military have sought to limit Kurdish influence and identity in Turkey, due in part to concerns about Turkish territorial integrity and political stability. Another viewer says Turks won't do nothing. Let me check here a couple things. Sorry, there's a lot going on, and I have to pull a couple things up on the screen here. Thanks for your patience. Oh, by the way, I just saw that Israel has warned residents of part of southern Lebanon to leave that part of southern Lebanon, telling them to move north of the Litani River. An Israeli military spokesperson published a map today of the area in southern Lebanon that he said residents should evacuate, an area amounting to about 8% of Lebanese territory. I'll see if I can find that post. Where is it here? Oh, I have it. I found it here. Where is this coming from? I have the map. I'm going to get you the map. The evacuation order for today. As Israel fights against Hezbollah, strikes against Hezbollah in Lebanon. Here it is. Here it is right here. This is from Manny Fabian. About 11 hours ago, the IDF says Lebanese civilians in all of southern Lebanon should evacuate to the north of the Litani River amid the ongoing fighting against Hezbollah. That's about 8% of the land in Lebanon. You need to evacuate. Hey, a different report. Let's see here. So again, Fox News and Barak Ravid, who's a well-known reporter for Axios, among other places, and also Fox News, and also I-24 News English all say that Kurds have launched a ground offensive in Iran. Now, I just saw right here, Rudao Kurdi, OSINT Technical posted this. Rudao Kurdi, which I think is a news outlet focused on the Kurds, they say that the Kurdistan Democratic Party denied this. That is the ruling party in Iraqi Kurdistan. And they said the Kurdistan region is not part of this war. So again, Rudao Kurds reports that the ruling party in Iraqi Kurdistan, where the Kurds live, says that the Kurds are not part of this war. So who knows what's happening? All right, hang on. For the heck of it, I'll just put up the Beirut stream again. Oh, Rudao English posted something that eLint News found. Footage shows the aftermath of an attack on a base belonging to the Revolutionary Guard in the predominantly Kurdish city of Maravan in western Iran. I'll post a link to that in the chat. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment here. I got to pull up some stuff here, guys. I need to pull up some things that I can... There's a lot going on. Just give me a second here. I got to pull up a bunch of things so I can look at a bunch of different sources and get you updates. Okay, hold on. I'm just pulling up a bunch of different things I want to look at. Get updates on this. Breaking news. Breaking news. I'll put a little volume on here. Oops, that's too much. I took too much off. Fox News, if you go to the Fox News website, the top story on the Fox News website is thousands of Iraqi Kurds launch ground offensive into Iran. Go to foxnews.com. It's literally the top story on the webpage in big headline. Thousands of Iraqi Kurds launch ground offensive into Iran, U.S. official says. Early Wednesday, Fox says, Secretary of War Hegseth said the U.S. military is not arming an insurgency inside Iran, although he suggested that other parts of the U.S. government besides the military could potentially be involved. CNN has reported that CIA is supporting the Kurds. At the White House, Press Secretary Leavitt denied reports the Trump administration has agreed to arm Kurd forces. She said, President Trump did speak to Kurdish leaders with respect to our base that we have in northern Iraq, but as for any report suggesting that the president has agreed to any plan, it is completely false and should not be written. Oh, I have a report from Associated Press about this too, I think. AP says Kurdish Iranian dissident groups in northern Iraq are preparing for a potential cross-border military operation in Iran, and the U.S. has asked Iraqi Kurds to support them. Kurdish officials told the AP. All right, so that's a different report. That's from AP. Again, the AP report says Kurdish Iranian dissident groups based in northern Iraq are preparing for a potential cross-border military operation in Iran, and the U.S. has asked Iraqi Kurds to support them. Kurdish officials told the Associated Press. Now, a number of reports, like Fox News, say it's already started. AP also says the Kurdish groups are widely seen as the most well-organized segment of the fragmented Iranian opposition and are believed to have thousands of trained fighters. Their entry into the war could pose a significant challenge to the embattled authorities in Tehran and also could risk pulling Iraq further into the conflict. Sorry, a little bit of an issue with the video from I'm refreshing here. From Lebanon. Oh, Lebanon feed having a little bit of an issue. Little bit of an issue with the Lebanon feed. Let me check on this. I have other feeds, but let me check on this. Where did my feeds go? Let's see. Let's look at the source. It should be all right. Let's try this again. Let's try this again. I think we're good. I think we're back. I think we're back. We're back. No, it's having an issue. Why is it not having an issue there? All right. Hold on. I think maybe they might be restarting their feed. All right, hold on a second. Where's that? Why is that like this? Give me one moment. They might have. Did they restart their feed? Is that what happened? Let's see. Oh, I think they restarted their. Here, hold on. One moment, please. One moment, please. I have to get it refreshed here. I think we're going to be fine. Excuse me. I think I just need to refresh it on my end over here. Give me a moment. I think we're good. I think we're going to be all right. I think we're going to be okay. We are back. We're back live with the Beirut feed. Here it is. Oh, now it's messing up again. Well, that's weird. I don't know what's going on. I'm going to reach out to AFP. It's very strange. It was back. I messaged them. Hopefully they can fix their feed. In the meantime, I'm going to put up a different feed on the screen. I'm going to put up, I have Jerusalem. I have Doha, Qatar. For the moment, I'll put the Jerusalem feed up. It's very weird that that other feed isn't working. All right, in the meantime, I'll figure that out. In the meantime, here is Jerusalem. Hey, look, it's Jerusalem. I was trying to get you more on the Kurds news, but I'm trying to just get a feed up on the screen before I do that. Axios reports that Trump is expected to endorse John Cornyn in the Texas Senate race over Ken Paxton. Trump posted today that he wants the other person, he's going to endorse one of the two, and he wants the other one to drop out of the race. Rudao English says a source from Iranian Kurdish opposition group Komala of the Toilers of Kurdistan told Rudao they dismiss media reports that the group has launched a ground offensive into western Iran. So it's just not clear what's going on with the Kurds situation right now. One of our viewers, Truthway, says deliberate misdirection. Eddie says they are not going to say until it happens. Oh. I don't like the sound of that, what we just heard, on the Jerusalem cam. I hope that's not what I think it was. I just turned the volume down on the Jerusalem cam. Man. I'm trying to get the, come on, cameraman. I'm trying to get the AFP feed back up. For Beirut. It's acting all weird. Oh, I think it's working again. I think it's working now. Hey guys, I got the feedback. I got the Beirut feedback from AFP. Okay? Let's go to that. Here is Beirut, Lebanon. There is Beirut. Hey, let me thank our mods real quick. I really appreciate our moderators. Thank you. We have, hold on. Yeah, the alert right now, there is one rocket alert and one drone alert in northeastern Israel. The rocket alerts up there tend to go away pretty fast. Yes, so northeastern Israel, there's one rocket alert and two drone alerts. The rocket alert is already gone. Now it's just two drone alerts. So I'll keep an eye on that. Drone alerts for northeastern Israel. Thank you to Donnie Davio for moderating. Thank you, Donnie. Oops, what did I do here? To Ruth for moderating. Thank you, Ruth. Thanks, Sobek. Sobek says at least it wasn't his phone going off this time. Thanks, Beth Mythical, for moderating. Also, thank you to Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha, who moderate for us on X. Thanks so much to our Twitch mods, like Bastion Girl, Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, and Surly Dev. Huge thanks. Thanks also to the System BE and Out of Blanks to Give on Twitch, thank you. Loanado, thank you. Leisure321, thank you. And Warlord Wolf, thank you for your support on Twitch. And thanks to our Facebook moderators, too. I want to give them a shout out. The audio is a little funky on this stream, but what can I do? Thanks to Kay Lowry Body, who is modding on Facebook. Thank you, Kay. Thanks, Christy Claff, for subscribing over there on Facebook. And hold on a moment. Rachel Louise Gibson and Kristen McConnell Gates and MG Mance, thank you for the Facebook stars. Thank you. So there are conflicting reports about whether there is a Kurdish ground offensive going on in Iran. Conflicting reports right now. Fox News and Barak Ravid and I-24 News English say there is. Some Kurdish officials say there isn't. Where is the, hang on, I was looking for something. Oh, by the way, I saw this earlier today, and I just saw it posted again. ISNA, which is a news agency in Iran. Reuters refers to it as a semi-official news agency, ISNA. They posted and I did see a report like this elsewhere earlier today, but about 20 minutes ago, ISNA posted Iran warns Israel. An Iranian military official warned that if the U.S. and Israel seek regime change in Iran, Tehran will target the Dimona nuclear reactor in the occupied territories. Okay, so I don't know if that's just an empty threat. The Dimona nuclear reactor is it's the Shimon, it's a Israeli nuclear installation located in the Negev desert, about 8 miles from the city of Dimona. It is a nuclear reactor. Israel claims that the nuclear reactor and research facility are for general research purposes. Anyways, but the reactor, Wikipedia says the reactor has been involved in the production of nuclear materials for use in Israel's nuclear weapons program. Anyways, what it says in this Iranian news agency says, they say an Iranian military official warned that if the U.S. and Israel seek regime change in Iran, Tehran will target the Dimona nuclear reactor in Israel. Anyways, just passing that along. Is it Dimona, not Dimona? Maybe it's Dimona. It does bring up the question of what would the regime in Iran do? I mean, look, I know that the U.S. and Israel killed the supreme leader, but the regime is still in power. But if the regime thought that the regime were threatened existentially, what would they do in that case? Or threaten to do? Well, they threatened to do this they just said. Oh, something happened. What's going on with the camera? What's happening with the camera in Beirut? Seems like a camera issue to me. Oh, no, it's back. It's back. New evacuation warning in Beirut. New evacuation warning in Beirut. So my guess is in maybe like an hour, we're going to see an explosion there. Here you go from Israel. Urgent warning to those present in the southern suburbs of Beirut, specifically Haret Harik. Basically, they say, get away from this building. We're going to destroy it. So we will keep an eye on the Beirut camp because that means they're going to blow up the building. They won't do it in 5 minutes. It'll take a little while, but they'll do it. They put out a warning because they want to destroy the building. They're not trying to kill people, especially innocent people they think are innocent who live near the building. That's a common thing they do. They're going after in this case, they're going after the building. I was going to give you some more background on the Kurds. I was going to talk about that a little more. Again, conflicting reports about whether the Kurds have begun an offensive in Iran. Uh-oh, they're having problems with the Beirut feed. Give it a moment. I'll put Jerusalem up. Here's Jerusalem for the moment. But we'll keep an eye on Beirut. I'll get you a Beirut feed either way. Either way. There is Jerusalem right there. I was going to give you some updates on, I was going to give you a little more background on the whole Kurdish situation. So AP says, AP is reporting that Kurdish Iranian dissident groups based in northern Iraq are preparing for a potential cross-border military operation in Iran. And the U.S. has asked Iraqi Kurds to support them, Kurdish officials told the Associated Press. The Kurdish groups are widely seen as the most well-organized segment of the fragmented Iranian opposition and are believed to have thousands of trained fighters. Their entry into the war, says AP, could pose a significant challenge to the embattled authorities in Tehran and could also risk pulling Iraq further into the conflict. Khalil Nadiri, an official with the Kurdistan Freedom Party, based in northern Iraq's semi-autonomous Kurdish region, said today that some of their forces had moved to areas near the Iranian border and were on standby. He said Kurdish opposition group leaders had been contacted by U.S. officials regarding a potential operation without giving more details. Asked about reports that the Trump administration was considering arming Iranian Kurdish groups, today Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said, "None of our objectives," I believe he means the militaries, "are premised on the support of arming any particular force. So what other entities may be doing," he said, "we're aware of, but our objectives aren't centered on that." If the Iranian and Iraqi Kurdish groups were to join the war, says AP, it would be the first entry of a significant ground force into the battle. The Kurdish groups have battle experience from the fight against the Islamic State group. An official with Komala, another of the Kurdish Iranian groups, said today their forces are ready to cross the border within a week to 10 days and were waiting for the grounds to be suitable. Kurds in Iran have a long history of grievances and uprisings against both the government, both the current Islamic Republic and the monarchy that preceded it. During the rule of the Shah in Iran, before the Iranian Revolution, Kurds were marginalized and repressed and sometimes rebelled. After Iran's 1979 Islamic Revolution, the new theocracy also battled Kurdish insurgents. Iranian forces destroyed Kurdish towns and villages in fighting that killed thousands over several months. While they share a desire to see the current authorities ousted, the Kurdish groups also have butted heads with other opposition groups in Iran, notably the faction led by the Shah's son Reza Pahlavi, who has accused the Kurds of being separatists aiming to carve up Iran. The potential operation has put leaders of the Iraqi Kurdish region, says AP, in a delicate position. 3 Iraqi Kurdish officials told the AP that a call took place Sunday night between the U.S. President Trump and the heads of the Kurdistan Democratic Party, or KDP, and the Patriotic Union of Kurdistan, or PUK, the 2 main Kurdish parties in Iraq, to discuss the situation in Iran. One of the officials said Trump had asked the Iraqi Kurds to militarily support the Iranian Kurdish groups in operations in Iran and to open the border to allow the Iranian Kurdish groups to move freely back and forth. When asked about the call, and reports that Trump has sought military support for Iranian Kurdish groups, White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt said, "He did speak to Kurdish leaders with respect to our base that we have in northern Iraq, but she denied that Trump had agreed to a specific plan." The Iraqi Kurdish official said the Iraqi Kurds were concerned that getting directly involved in the conflict would draw a harsh Iranian response. By the way, I have the feedback. The news site Axios first reported the call between Trump and the Kurdish leaders, and CNN reported that the Trump administration was in discussions with Kurdish group over providing military support. So, what will happen with the Kurds? Are they conducting or going to conduct or not a ground offensive in Iran? This is Beirut. This is Beirut, guys. This is the Beirut camp. The Beirut cam wasn't working. It's working again. Hey, thank you so much, The Freak Show 1. I really appreciate that. Thanks for your support, The Freak Show 1. Also, Fiona Diamond, thank you so much. Raymond 045. Sabo Souk, thank you so much for your support. Todd USA, Chris the Toffee, Kerry Poteet, thanks for shouting out the mods. Sobek, Mercedes Ski, Berea Beard, Bass 3003. How do they push the evacuation orders to Lebanon? I don't know how they do it, because I assume they maybe send them to people's phones in Lebanon, maybe. And again, I'm sure they use whatever communication means they can to let people in Lebanon know when they have these evacuation orders. I don't know exactly, though. I assume people in Lebanon are using their phones. DNA content, thank you. One story writer from Turkey says if independent small Kurdish groups are attacking, it may not be a big deal. If Barzani and or Talabani decide to join the attack, that may turn out to be a big and ugly. It says one story writer. Thank you, Lamb Chop. Martin Ging, thank you. Nove 22001, thank you. Can you find out more about the Iraqi blackout? There was a report of a blackout in Iraq earlier today, cause unknown. I haven't heard anything more about the cause. If I see more about it, I'll let you know. Thanks again, Ramen in my tum-tum. Thanks, Holy Earth, who says no war, please. Thanks, Ricky Cahill. Yeah, we've been seeing periodically tonight on the Beirut cam some either tracer fire. What's happening here? Oh, there's a fire burning. There's a fire burning. Breaking news, a fire is burning on the feed. Look at this, guys. Look at this. Look at this. Wow. Breaking news. I haven't seen this fire before. Some of our viewers say it's been burning for a while. I didn't see it. It wasn't on this camera. Maybe you could see it. Maybe you could see it on like the AP camera or something, but it has not been showing on this camera. You could see it just kind of quickly panned over to it. Okay, our viewers say it was on the AP camera before. Well, I wasn't watching the AP camera before. So, I'm sorry I didn't see it. I don't know. I assume it might have been from a strike. I don't know. Could be from a strike a couple days ago and flare up. I'm not sure. So I have an update for you. I have an update for you. The Deputy Chief of Staff to the Prime Minister of the Iraqi Kurds, the Deputy Chief of Staff to the Prime Minister of Iraqi Kurdistan posted and said, "Not a single Iraqi Kurd has crossed the border. This is patently false." And replied to Jennifer Griffin's Fox News report that thousands of Kurds have launched a ground offensive in Iran. Now, I don't know what the truth is. I don't know what the truth is. Hold on here. So I'm a little confused. There are some news outlets. Sorry, some news outlets are claiming that there was an airstrike in the southern suburbs of Beirut around 5 minutes ago. We didn't see one. We saw this fire. Some of our viewers said the fire was visible before on the AP camera, and I want to say about 15, 20 minutes ago, Israel issued an evacuation warning for the southern suburbs of Beirut. So I don't know if there was a airstrike 5 minutes ago or so. It would be really fast. Usually they leave a decent amount of time for people to evacuate. Not like 5 minutes. Faytux News says there are some reported explosions in Bahrain. Sorry, this is too loud. Oh, look at firing from the ground. Firing from the ground right now. Look at that. Wow. We just saw some more of tracer or anti-aircraft fire. Whoa. Our viewer, did anyone see this? Our viewer, Explosivation, says if you rewind the stream just before the fire goes out, you can see people clapping from the windows as firefighters get it under control. I can try looking. Maybe real quick, maybe I'll see if I can find that. Where was that tracer fire? If I can find this, where is it there? It's hard to find. I can't find the tracer fire. Anyways, you saw it. If you were watching, you saw it. The fire on the building? Here? There's people clapping? Where? I don't know that I have this kind of on a small screen. So our viewer claims there was people clapping. All right. I don't know. I can't see it. I'm not saying you're wrong. I have it on a small monitor. So in the lighted room on the left, that's someone clapping. Again, I have this on a small screen, so maybe you guys can see a little better than me. I don't know. I'm not going to worry about it. Maybe you saw it. Thank you for letting me know. Here's the live shot. One moment, please. Faytux News said explosions were reported in various parts of Bahrain amid new missile and drone attack. I'll have to look into that. Hang on one moment, guys. Tasnim state media statement, Iranian state media statement about reports that Kurds had begun an offensive. Iranian state media statement about reports that Kurds have begun an offensive in Iran, from Iranian state media Tasnim. Tasnim reporters in 3 provinces of Elam, Kermanshah, and West Azerbaijan said up to this point, all the news from American media outlets Fox News and Axios, which have close ties to the Mossad about the Kurdish land entry, are lies. Fox News and Axios are 2 of the reports. Tasnim reporter in Iran, there is currently no news on the borders of Elam. Tasnim reporter in Elam. There is currently no news on the borders of Elam. Tasnim reporter in Kermanshah. There is no news on the borders of Kermanshah so far. Tasnim reporter in West Azerbaijan. Up till now, we have not had any reports of Kurds entering the borders. Informed sources, we have already warned if there's any movement, we will crush it. I wonder if Iran state media denying it makes it more likely to be true. I'm going to post that. But they do mention both Axios and Fox. State media statement on reports claiming Kurd offensive has begun in Iran. Wonder if I can get you up. They referred to Elam, Kermanshah, and West Azerbaijan. I'm guessing those are the western provinces, the northwestern provinces of Iran. I'm going to look that up, though. Yeah, Kermanshah, Imam, and West Azerbaijan, which state media mentioned, those are all provinces in the northwest of Iran, which is where the Kurdish offensive would be if it were happening. And they said that their reporters in those provinces say nothing is happening. Hey, by the way, so, you know what I might do? You know what I might do, guys? You know what I'm going to do for you? I think maybe I should buy. People have been so supportive. Maybe I should. I know we have a good Beirut feed, but I think maybe I should buy the AP Beirut feed. You can see the fire better on the AP feed. I think you can. Can you not see it anymore? Let's see. Yeah, I think I should. We're going to do it. We're doing it for you. We're doing it for you. I'm going to buy it for you guys right now. People have been very supportive. All right, let me do this. Let me do it. Let me do it. Let me do it. Then we'll keep an eye on both of them. Oh, thanks to Ramen in my tum-tum. I appreciate that, Ramen. Thank you. I owe some other people thank yous, too. I'll thank some people in a second. Hold on. I'm going to thank some other people in a second. But let me get this camera up. I'm going to get the AP camera up for you. I'm going to get it up for you right now. I'm pulling it up so you can see it. You should be able to see the fire better on the AP cam. Oh, the AP cam is moving around. Hold on. The AP cam is I think they just moved away from the fire on the AP cam. Although I like that it's a manned camera. You might not be able to see the fire at the moment on the AP cam. They just moved the camera. Okay. But I'll show you what it looks like. So now we have both of these cameras. Okay, there's the AP camera. I think they just moved it away from the fire. This is the AP one. Maybe I can put them both on the screen. What if I put them both on the screen? I'll get them both up there for you. Then you can see both of them. So there's the AP, and then I'm going to put the other one too. So here's how we'll do it. I don't know how I should do this. Which one to have on the bottom? Why is this being all... Oh, I see. I think I should put AP on the top. I'm going to put the AP on the top, and then if something happens on either one, we can see it. But seriously, literally like the moment I bought it, for some reason AP went away from the fire. Can you still see the fire on the AP one? Is it right there? Is that it right there? Or no? Is it like to the middle left, right here? In the middle left there? Can you see it there or not? I don't know. Well, either way, it looks like just a light or something. No, people are saying no. Either way, we're going to have both of them up on the screen for you. We have both Beirut cams so you can see what's going on in Beirut. There's been a bunch going on in Beirut lately. So we now have both Beirut cams up there for you. Oh, Barack Ravid posted? Hold on a second here. Hold on a moment. Hold on a moment. One moment here. Too loud. Okay, update. Update from Barack Ravid. Update from Barack Ravid. Are you guys ready? Barack Ravid says there are conflicting reports regarding what is currently happening in northwestern Iran near the border with Iraq. It is unclear whether a ground offensive by the Iranian Kurdish militias has already begun or may be launched in the coming hours. A senior official in one of the Iranian Kurdish factions denied to me that a ground offensive has started. I also am guessing that there's all kinds of things going on with people leaking things for various regions. Amakai Stein, who I follow, Amakai Stein is with I-24 News English. He says, for fans of the when will the American attack on Iran begin genre, here comes Chapter 2, when will the Kurdish attack on Iran begin? One of our viewers says, I wonder who leaked. I mean, I don't, people might have different reasons for leaking this stuff. One of our viewers says, war is deception. Quick thanks to, thanks so much to Blushes247. That's really nice of you, Blushes247. Thank you. Also, Satoshi Nakamoto. Satoshi Nakamoto. Thank you for the membership. Thank you, One Axidi. I haven't heard that, One Axidi. I'll have to look it up. Thank you, One Axidi. Live UA Map had an unconfirmed report that Azerbaijani troops have been deployed to the border with Iran. I don't know if that's true. Live UA Map said independent media outlet Kazechi reported it. Hey, thanks 1xED for mentioning it. Thanks also to Spicy Tuna Roll. Thank you so much, Spicy Tuna Roll. Very nice of you. Thank you. And Eddie V. Thanks, Eddie. That's really generous of you guys. Thank you. Amanda Swan, thank you. Aquaspaces, Harry Sound. Console Fix LV in Vegas, thank you so much. Thank you. Michelle D. Geronimo, thanks. Charcat, Miss Curvy, D. Smitty. Amanda Swan, who's happy about the AP cam. Better You Than Me, JCW Edit, Mark Hayden, Zesty Zomp, Mike from Jersey. Hey, thanks, Mike from Jersey. I appreciate that. Sarah Moore. Thanks also, Rescartin6. Thank you. Also, Steve SRB from Serbia. Dazzle. Thank you. Dazzle558. Dave Schull. Also, One Act CD as well. One Act CD thinks that somebody crossed the border for it to make news. I don't know. Thanks, Euro Maystix Fanatics. Holy Earth. I'm the Ohio, who says, I hope you come to Iran one day. I'd love to visit Iran one day. I've never visited the Middle East. I would love to. Not right now, though. Thanks, Dazzle558 for the memberships. Hey, make sure you thank somebody if they give you a membership or a subscription. Thanks also, Derek M. for subscribing on Twitch. Blank Salad on Twitch. Derek M. again. Toolman Tim for the gift sub. Saint Hubbins, Will from Online, CC on Twitch, Anaconda3420 on Twitch, Nereus. Thank you, Twitch supporters. I really appreciate it. DMC Gaming, Keith Rad, Patsy on the Rocks, Relila gave out 5 subs on Twitch. Thank you. The System RE. Bravo Alpha Echo gave out 10 subs on Twitch. That's so nice of you. Bravo Alpha Echo, thank you. Also, Jasper Vanderka. Thank you, Jasper. I'll take a break a little later. Thank you, Jasper. Oh, from Pakistan. Hey, Shazad Saeed from Pakistan. So generous of you again. Thank you, Shazad. I really appreciate that. I think people paid for the feed. That was really nice of you guys. Thank you so much. Very kind of you. There are no Iran cams. I think I need to put every 10 minutes I should put automatically in the chat, there are no Iran cams. I don't have any for you. Somebody said, is it because the internet is down there's no Iran cams? Well, the internet is down there, so it's a good point. But the government keeps very tight control on the media stuff there. They tight control on the internet and tight control on the media. I never generally see Iran cams unless they're government controlled. So Shin, who I follow, who's usually pretty reliable, Shin gets a lot of reports from the area somehow. Shin, who I follow, posted a few minutes ago saying, where is the post? Shin says, one moment, intense airstrikes on Suleimania, Iraq. Source tells me it's against the Kurdish groups. Now, I don't know who would be striking the Kurdish groups necessarily in Iraq. I mean, is it missile? I mean, I could imagine Iran firing missiles at them. One of the commenters said Turkey. I don't know if that's true. It's an interesting report. I have no idea if it's true. Some of the viewers say Turkey. I don't know. I don't know if it's true. Oh, thank you also to Manny's Nook. Hey, Manny's Nook, that's so nice to you. It's so nice of you. Feel better, Manny's Nook. Really nice of you. Also, O&A content. O&A content. DNA content. And I am Hindi. And spaghettification. And the Vern Dude and Frosted Flames. Long-time viewer, thanks. Dazzle558, thank you. Pibble Mom, thank you. People keep writing to me. I think people are seeing these false reports. Basically, every stream, some people write to me asking if a U.S. ship has been attacked. No U.S. ships have been attacked. Periodically, you see these false reports on social media claiming U.S. ships have been attacked. There is no reliable source anywhere reporting that a U.S. ship has been attacked. So if you're reading a report of this, you're probably reading somebody who just made it up. If I see anything reliable, I will let you know. We haven't even had a chance to talk about it. The U.S. sunk an Iranian ship with a submarine, which, when I get a chance, I'm going to talk about that. We haven't even talked about it. I figured a lot of you knew about it. But we'll talk about that in a second. What I need to do really quick, I'm going to remove the clock just for a second. Thank you again to Pibble Mom. I appreciated Pibble Mom. Let's see here. I need to remove that for a second. I just need to reset something here. Just give me a moment. I'll get the clock back up in a second. Just got to do this a certain way. Okay, good. Oops, we don't want that here. Oopsie, we didn't want that. I think I'm going to get the clock back up right now. Clock coming back, folks. Clock is coming back. Don't worry. It is right there. The clock is back. I told you it would be back. Then I need to put back on the screen so I can see it. We could see a strike soon in Beirut because Israel ordered a building evacuated in Beirut, and I don't think they've carried out the strike yet. That was like an hour ago. I need about 1 minute. I need a minute. I will be back in 1 minute. So hang tight there. Just give me 1 minute. Hey, there was just a strike. Hold on. The 1 minute I'm not there. All right, hold on a second. Hold on, we'll have to rewind it. There was just a strike right now. Right when I took a minute. All right, I can see it on the top camera there. I can see it on the top camera. We'll get it for you. I will replay it. There has been a strike in Beirut, and I can replay it on both the cameras. 1 moment here. Sorry, I can't control when that's going to happen. I'm guessing that is the one where they had evacuated. So let me rewind real quick. I'm going to rewind both cameras. Here is one camera. I'm rewinding it right now. Here it is. This is a rewind. All right, this is moments ago, coming up right now. Could you even see a flash or not? Could you see a flash? Here it is, if you see it here. It's playing. Should be playing. Oh, it did flash. It did flash right there. You see that? You see that right there? Hold on. I'm going to turn the volume up on that one. And you could hear it too. All right, hold on. I'm going to replay it again. I'm going to play it again. Hold on. We're going to play it one more time. All right, watch this. This is a replay. Replay coming up from moments ago. I'm playing it right now. Watch, you'll see a flash there. Hear that? Wait, what happened? Why did I hear it, not see anything? Did it replay yet? No, the smoke didn't come out yet. Or did it? Oh, it did. Okay, I missed it. Hold on. One more time. One more time. One more time. One more time. Keep an eye on it. It's replaying right now. Sorry. Right near my head. Right near my head. Keep an eye on that area. If I queued it up correctly. Might take a second. Right there. There was the flash right there. You saw it was kind of quick. Near my head. Now you'll hear a boom. And there's the boom. And there's the explosion sound. And now you'll see the smoke come up. So that's the AP feed. The AFP feed didn't really catch it, but you can see the smoke coming up right there. Look at that. And then they zoomed in a bit. I don't know what this building is. Again, this is just a couple minutes ago. I'm just replaying it so people can see it better. I gotta say, guys, I see a lot of complaints about the beeping. You know that it's not my beeping. It's, I guess they're taking pictures there. Complaints about the beeping in the chat. I didn't think I'd say this, but I think the chat is a little soft tonight. The chat's a bit soft tonight, I think. Let me see if I have any reporting on what was hit here. Let me check the Lebanese sources I follow and see if they have any updates on what was hit. Okay. Guys, I have an update. I have an interesting update for you. All right, very interesting update. Very interesting update. Multiple Lebanese sources. I'm going to make it live right now. Multiple Lebanese sources say, that I follow, that the place that was hit was an apartment building, which was not the evacuation warned building. It was not. So again, multiple reliable news sources from Lebanon that I follow are saying that that this was an apartment building, and it was not the building. So the building that was ordered evacuated has not been hit yet. Now I don't know. There's still the evacuation warning is still in effect. So now one of the outlets, MTV Lebanon News, said that it was. Oh no! Here is Lebanon claimed it came from a warship. So I don't know if this was an airstrike or from a missile from a warship, but again, multiple outlets say that this was not the building that had been evacuated with the evacuation warning. So we're still waiting for the strike on that one because you know that's coming. Now, was this some sort of assassination strike or something? I don't know. It did not seem like as big of an explosion as you sometimes see, and I do wonder if maybe it was more of a targeted. If Israel does an assassination strike, a lot of times they don't take down the building. They use something specifically to blow up like some of the building. How do these sources know? These are outlets in Lebanon. They can look at the evacuation warning. You can see in the evacuation warning the exact building that Israel is ordering evacuated. So they can look at this and they know. And I'm sure they have people on the ground who know what building it is. So again, there is still a building under evacuation that Israel is going to hit, because they do this, and they haven't hit it yet, in Beirut. Now, what I'm going to do is, at the risk of not seeing something again, I need to fill up my water glass. So this is live. So give me a moment. Oh, I'm going to fill up my water glass. But what I do want to do is just real quick say, uh-oh. Now what's happening? Oh, okay. We're good. I need to just shout out a couple people. Thank you so much to Mark Donotrio. Mark Donotrio, if I'm reading that right. Mark Donotrio. Thank you, Mark. Also, Fred Coutel. Thank you so much, Fred Coutel. I really appreciate it. And the Mystical Buddha Cake Shop. Thank you very much. Also, Fred Witherow. Thank you so much, Fred. I really appreciate it. And Stijan Alish. Thank you. Now, I need to just fill up my water glass. I'm also going to put the other camera back up. I'm glad we had the AP camera, because the AFP camera did not catch that. Only the AP camera did. What did I do here, though? Oh, I know what I did. You just don't know what's going to be on what camera. That's the thing. So here are both cameras. Here. I'm going to turn the volume on both cameras so you can hear them. Hold on. All right, give me 1 minute. 1 minute. I just need 1 minute. I'm muted, sorry. I'm muted. I saw that Lou Holtz passed away, the college football coach from Notre Dame. Condolences to his family. Yeah, you know, so again, what happened, Roy Case, who's with Con News, also says Israel attacked a building in Beirut without warning. So Israel warned people to evacuate a building in Beirut, which means they're going to destroy it. And about 10 minutes ago, there was an explosion in a building, but it was a different building, which does mean that the building they hit was attacked without warning. I don't know if that was like an assassination strike or what. But we're expecting them to hit the other building that they warned people to evacuate shortly. Iranian semi-official media, ISNA, posted a video that it claims is an explosion at headquarters of anti-Iranian groups in Iraqi Kurdistan. I don't know if that's really it's a real video, but Iranian semi-official, I believe it is, news agency ISNA posted it. Fars News is posting similar things. They are posting videos from Fars News is state media. They are posting multiple videos that claim to show terrorist and separatist parties in Iraq, Suleimania, targeted and burning. I'm going to assume these are meant to be Kurdish parties. Yeah, Suleimania is the capital, is in the Kurdistan region of Iraq. So it just so happens that on a day when there's unconfirmed reports of a Kurdish ground offensive in Iran, we now have Iranian state media and semi-official media posting videos that purport to show Iraqi positions, Iraqi Kurds positions being bombed. Hey, thanks so much to Chandler Brown. I really appreciate it, Chandler Brown. Thank you. Also, thanks to Brenda G. Thank you, Brenda G. Appreciate it. Abu Mohandas. Thank you, Abu Mohandas. And Weasel Man, thank you. Soka Deb, thank you. Brenda LaCroix, thank you. Yeah, I saw something about a protester being thrown out of a... Was it thrown out of Congress or something this afternoon? I don't know if we'll cover that. And Tim Sheehy helping to do it? I don't know. I'll have to look it up. I don't know. I'll try to get to it later. Thank you, Brenda. Thank you, Demetrius Trump. Thank you. And V2 Plus, I Heart Jerome, thank you so much. Jane Jones, Jacob John. I haven't seen that about Sudan, Jacob. I'll keep an eye out. Aldo Nava. Jacob said Sudan said they'd send troops to Iran to help stand up against the U.S. I don't know if that's true. I will look around. Thank you, Aldo Nava from Mexico. Aldo Nava thinks Israel always issues evacuations and hits other buildings. I don't think they always do that. I know they don't always do it. Aldo thinks they do it a lot. Thanks, Chaotican. And the Weather Buff, thank you. Holly Pate, thank you. Dirty Kennedy, 8032, thank you. Monkey Boy, D. Smitty, V2 plus 10, E1911M, Lidwine Elizabeth, Alessandro, sorry, I'm behind on thanking people. Alessandro Reese, thank you. Ramen in my tum-tum, thank you. Lidwine Elizabeth. Least trustworthy weasel. Pibblemom, thanks. Bobalong Sanchez from Australia, thank you. Tim Sheehy, GOP senator, assisted in removing an anti-war protester from a Senate hearing today. Let's see here. The news outlet The National said a Sudanese Islamist commander vows to send troops to Iran if U.S. and Israel deploy soldiers. That sounds a little different than we're sending troops to Iran. Anyways, that's from The National. Lidwine Elizabeth said, Trump said anyone who wants to lead Iran will be unalived. I didn't hear everything that Trump said today. I haven't heard him say that. I think I believe Israel said something like that, but I'm not sure. Or maybe an Israeli official. Yeah, the Israeli defense minister said that a successor appointed to supreme leader, any leader appointed by the Iranian terror regime to continue leading the plan to destroy Israel, threaten the U.S. and the free world and countries of the region, and oppress the Iranian people will be an unequivocal target for termination. I mean, that doesn't even say that any successor would be. Any successor that acts a certain way would be, he said. Ali Larijani is one of the most powerful people in Iran right now. He said, "We will not tolerate any move by separatist groups," some gunfire there, "and our armed forces are in complete control of the situation." I'm assuming that's supposed to refer to Kurds. On a day where there were some reports that Kurds had begun an offensive in Iran. Fox News and Axios had reported it, but then Axios said there was conflicting information. I-24 News English reported it. Reuters says mass blackout cuts power across most of Cuba amid U.S. oil chokehold. I believe they have blackouts once in a while there, because I know I've heard about them before. Uh-oh, what's happening? I don't see anything happening. I hear the pictures being taken, but I don't see anything. In case you didn't hear, NATO air defenses destroyed an Iranian ballistic missile fired towards Turkey today. That was the first time since Turkey, which borders Iran and has NATO's second largest military, the first time it had been drawn into the conflict. And also, just another update here. As Reuters reports, U.S. Senate backs Trump on Iran strikes, blocks bid to limit his war powers. U.S. Senate Republicans backed President Trump's military campaign against Iran on Wednesday, voting to block a bipartisan resolution aiming to stop the air war and require that any hostilities against Iran be authorized by Congress. The Senate voted 53 to 47 not to advance the resolution, largely along party lines. The latest effort by Democrats and a few Republicans to rein in President Trump's repeated foreign troop deployments, the War Powers Resolution was described by sponsors as a bid to take back Congress's responsibility to declare war as spelled out in the U.S. Constitution. Opponents rejected this, insisting that Trump's action was legal and within his right as Commander-in-Chief to protect the U.S. by ordering limited strikes. We should also mention the submarine thing. I haven't even had a chance to talk about it. It's crazy. It's been so busy. All right, there's a lot of beep. I might be soft, but there's a lot of beeping going on now. Because it's not, I mean, it's one thing to have the beeping going on when there's actually like the explosion, so you can take pictures. I'm hearing beeping every 3 seconds. So I might turn on, it's either the beeping or the phone text message, the text message notification on the other stream. I want to mention the submarine, the ship being sunk by a submarine, which I have video of. Sri Lanka recovers 87 bodies from an Iranian warship sunk by a U.S. submarine. A torpedo, AP says, torpedo fired by a U.S. submarine sank an Iranian warship off the coast of Sri Lanka, whose Navy said it recovered 87 bodies and rescued 32 people. The Iranian vessel sunk in the Indian Ocean was Iran's prize ship, claimed Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. The sinking of the Iris Dana illustrates a U.S.-Israeli military operation against Iran that is stretching beyond its borders. Trump has said one of the key objectives of the war is to wipe out Iran's navy. The ship had 180 people on board. By the time Sri Lanka's navy reached the location after a distress signal, there was no sign of the ship, only oil patches and life rafts. The ship, one of Iran's newest warships, patrolled in deep water and was armed with heavy gun surface-to-air missiles, anti-ship missiles, and torpedoes. It carried one helicopter. The U.S. Central Command says at least 17 Iranian naval vessels have been sunk during the ongoing war. I'm looking at Wikipedia, which suggests that Iran's navy has, or at least had, about, is it about 130 ships? Hold on. Is that right? More than 100 ships. Wikipedia says roughly 130, 140 ships. In case you haven't seen it, I'll show you the video. It's quite striking. I'm going to put this on the screen right now for you. Most of you have probably already seen this. This is from the Navy. I have my eye on the Beirut feed. It's really unbelievable. Hold on, I think some of it was blocked from you. I'll play it again. Sorry, some of it's getting lost because it's going up and down, but I'll shrink it a little more and then play it one more time. Again, that is a ship, an Iranian ship that the U.S. sunk with a torpedo fired from a submarine today. That ship was in the Indian Ocean. And over 100, it appears that over 100 people were killed. Because 180 were on the ship, and if I remember right, Sri Lanka says they have rescued 32 people. Sounds like about 100, almost 150 people were killed. And this was the Iris Dana ship. And this ship the length of the ship is 311 feet. Wikipedia has a page on the Iris Dana. Launched in 2015. That was the ship. Another video said there's about 180 people were on the ship. One of the viewers said there was more video of it sinking. I haven't seen it. I'll have to look up. Oh, I can see there's another video of it, I guess. I saw a still of it. Faytux News pointed out that the ship arrived in the Indian Ocean in February to participate in joint exercises with the Indian Navy. The Indian Navy had posted, Faytux News found this. The Indian Navy had posted back in February, "Welcome, welcome. Indian Navy welcomes Iris Dana to participate in, I guess, these joint exercises reflecting long-standing cultural links between the two nations." I'm not aware that there were Indians on the ship. One of our viewers said it was just a photo of the sinking, not the video of the sinking. I haven't seen a video of the sinking. In terms of the after the initial hit. I'm also checking some of the messages people have sent me as well. What's happening now? Why is the camera moving? Hey, was there another strike? What's going on? What's happening here? Is that smoke from before? Look at this, guys. Oops, hold on, hold on. I'll make it bigger for you. Sorry about that. Is that some new smoke? Is that smoke from before? I don't know. The camera just panned over there. It just panned over there and saw that smoke. The other camera hasn't done anything. Apparently this is a new strike. I'm seeing reports this was a new strike. Somebody said they heard a boom. I can replay it and see if we hear anything. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. You know what? It's totally my fault. The AP cam was somehow paused. The AP cam got paused accidentally. So let me show you on the AP cam what happened. I didn't realize it. All right, so new airstrike. Okay, check this out. Hold on. I'm going to show you the AP camera. This is moments ago. I got to put the other volume on. Hold on. Hang on. This is, we want to get this one off. Then I have this queued up, and this is moments ago. This is moments ago, and I think you actually see a little anti-aircraft fire before the strike. This just happened moments ago. Not a moment ago, moments ago. Here you go. Here it is. I just hit play on it. Oh, hold on. Could you hear it then? I'm rewinding. I'm rewinding. Let's rewind a few seconds. All right, hold on. It's just. I'm rewinding more. I'm rewinding a bit more. All right, here you go. This is about 2 minutes ago, 2-3 minutes ago, I believe. More like 5 minutes ago. Here we go. I'm sorry. Somehow the camera had become paused. So there was the blast. Didn't see the flash. We heard a boom. Didn't see a flash on that camera. And the camera didn't catch it. Then the camera pans over, and there it is. That's what's it. And you can see some of the anti-aircraft fire going up. So that just happened a few minutes ago. So that, this, I would not be surprised if this is the building that had been ordered to be evacuated a couple hours ago. Now it's possible I have another camera from Reuters. Is there any chance that Reuters caught it live? I don't think Reuters caught it. It was off camera on the Reuters camera. It was off screen too, I think. So another Israeli airstrike on a Hezbollah-related target, according to Israel, in Beirut, Lebanon. Some gunfight. I have an update for you about the Kurds. All right, so let me go to live. This is now live. Everything is live there. Hold on. That's live, so give me a moment. There is an update. I have an update from Jennifer Griffin from Fox News. I got to turn that down because it feels like the TV is on or something. Jennifer Griffin of Fox News earlier said thousands of Iraqi Kurds. Earlier today, Jennifer Griffin of Fox News says thousands of Iraqi Kurds have launched a ground offensive in Iran. U.S. official tells Fox. Clarification, she says. I am told these are Iranian Kurds who fled in the past and have been living in Iraq. They are returning with the hopes of starting an uprising so that the people of Iran feel comfortable against the remnants of the regime. U.S. official confirms to Fox News that thousands of Kurds launched a ground offensive in Iran. They are crossing in from Iraq. There are conflicting reports tonight. We'll update when we know more. Now, it's not moments ago, it's live. So remember, a bunch of the denials seem to be coming from Iraqi Kurds. I mentioned this when the report first came out. I was like, is this Iranian? I said, is this Iranian Kurds who'd gone into Iraq or are now coming back in, or are they Iraqi Kurds? So Fox News is reporting these are Iranian Kurds who had fled and are coming back, and there's thousands of them have launched a ground offensive in Iran. That's what Fox is saying. There's a U.S. official that they talked to. Gunfire.
صدر عن الجيش الإسرائيلي يتحدث عن منطقة البيري. منطقة البيري بالقرب من السلطان، من مكان حلويات السلطان. هذا ما نشره الجيش الإسرائيلي منذ وقت قليل. إذا إطار جديد للضاحية الجنوبية من الجيش الإسرائيلي يطلب من السكان المتواجدين في منطقة البيري المغادرة. هذا ما أعلنه الجيش الإسرائيلي منذ بعض الوقت وتحديدا منذ لحظات. هذا الإطار نرى يأتي بعد سلسلة من الغارات، يعني مساء اشتعلت فيها الغارات هنا في الضاحية الجنوبية. إن كان في الغارة الأخيرة التي استهدفت مبنى كان قد هدده الجيش الإسرائيلي.
OSINT Technical claims that there was a U.S.-Israeli airstrike against Iran's state broadcasting system in western Iran tonight. I'll post a link. I don't know if it's legit. Hold on. We have, guys, there has just been a new evacuation warning for Beirut. Another one, guys. Another evacuation warning. Look, there you go. Urgent warning to those in the southern suburbs of Beirut. Basically says, get out of this building, get away from it, we're going to blow it up. That just came out. So they're going to blow up another building there. Viewers said trace fire on the right they saw. I'm seeing a photo of supposedly the building that was attacked a short while ago in Beirut. I don't have the rights to the photo, but looks like about an 8-story long building, and a whole part of it is just destroyed. It's like a whole corner has been just taken off the building. Flashes on the left? Did you guys see flashes? I was looking at this building. Did people see flashes on the left? When? A few seconds ago? If you tell me what the time was, if you tell me what the time was on the camera, I can replay it for you. What was the time on my clock with the seconds? People said it was on the left side. No, at the time of the where it says Iran time. Where it says Iran time. $3:27:40. I can look it up. I'll look it up. Hold on. I'll do it this way. $3:27:40. I'm looking at that time. 3:27:33. Oh yes, it looks like there was maybe a strike back there. If you look here, look on the left side of the screen coming up moments ago. Look on the left side of the screen right now. Watch this. Right there. I don't know if you caught that. There it is. I don't know if that was a airstrike or not. There are some claims online floating around saying in part of the country of Georgia, in Russian-occupied part of Georgia, there's a claim that there's some drone attacks. I don't know if it's like Ukrainian drones. I don't even know if it's true. But again, the claim is that in the Russian-occupied part of Georgia, there have been some drone attacks tonight. That's the claim. That's the claim. Hey, thank you to Real Virtual Outdoors. I really appreciate that. Real Virtual Outdoors. Thank you so much. Also, John Smith. Thank you, John. Thank you, Josh Barnes, who says, has Iran used hypersonic missiles yet? That I don't know. I looked it up on Gemini AI for the heck of it, and it said that it's not even clear that they have true hypersonic weapons, Iran. And there are claims floating around that they may have used it, but it's not clear that that's true. I don't know personally. The thing is, you can't really rely on the claims coming from the Iranian state media, because they often say things that are just false. So I don't know. This article says that Western analysts debate whether the Fatah 2 missile really is a true hypersonic missile. In there's a certain way that terminology is used, without getting to all the technical details. That's a quick response. Thank you, Josh Barnes. Miss Curvy, thank you. I'll have to check that, Miss Curvy. Thank you. Thank you, Mike Awaki. Mike thinks the Iranian people will select whom they want, not what the IRGC wants or any other external power. Thank you, Mike. Thank you also, Matt Flynn from Australia. Jafrank, thank you. Who will finish ammo first, said one of our viewers. There are articles floating around, some of them claiming that the various sides will be running low on ammo or interceptors. Maybe we'll talk about that in a second. Excuse me. Hold on. Sorry, I'm hearing music. Also, thanks to Modest Meats. I really appreciate it. Modest Meats, thank you. Thanks to our moderators. Shout out to our moderators. Beth Mythical. Thank you, Beth Mythical. Ruth, over there on YouTube. Thank you so much. Charlotte Webb, thank you. Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson, thanks so much. Shannon Davis Hughes. And on Twitch, Bastion Hughes. Oops, why am I hearing two of me? Some more gunfire. Bastion Girl, Big Ball of Yarn. LB Prairie Dawn. Hold on. Some more gunfire. I got that fire. Mark HNC, thanks for moderating over there. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha moderate for us on X. Hey, also thanks to Tander on Twitch. Stunned in the North on Twitch. Jeff P2662, Crew 2222. Thank you. On Twitch, Anthony Spardello, thanks. D-Tex, thank you. Did I thank Chris Row 7 and Jor 9721? Also, thanks so much to Douglas Brown. Thank you, Douglas Brown. The Washington Post had an article today called U.S. Burns Through Precision Munitions and Air Defense Interceptors. Post said the Pentagon is rapidly burning through its stocks of precision weapons less than a week into the massive campaign of airstrikes against Iran, while also expending sophisticated air defense missiles at a rate that puts the U.S. military potentially days away from having to prioritize which targets to intercept, according to 3 people familiar with the matter. I can't personally confirm this. So far, the Washington Post claims the U.S. military has expended hundreds of its most sophisticated munitions, including Patriot and THAAD interceptors, considered the world's premier missile defense systems, and Tomahawk cruise missiles aimed at Iranian leaders and ballistic missile sites. 4 people familiar with the Pentagon assessment said. Benham Ben Talibu, who tracks Iran's weapons program at the Foundation for Defense of Democracies, a think tank, said Iran had more than 2,000 ballistic missiles before the conflict began and many more fold drones. It is very apparent, he said, that Iran has learned lessons from the 12-day war and is trying to use its weaponry more efficiently. Iran has not been firing that many missiles in recent days. Iran, he said, is targeting the U.S.'s Gulf allies with low-cost drones to terrorize and exhaust limited air defenses while focusing its ballistic missile attacks on Israel. Iran is firing smaller volleys of missiles, signaling an interest in preserving their stocks while still testing and attriting Israel's air and missile defenses, he said. The goal over time is to make Israel focus its dwindling interceptor stocks on defending smaller patches of terrain. Iran is conscious of missile math, perhaps more so than ever before, he said. A U.S. official told the Washington Post that the rate at which the U.S. military is expanding its most sophisticated munitions has slowed since the first day of the conflict, in which Iran fired many of its highest-end weapons. A U.S. official said, noting the pace hasn't fallen dramatically. U.S. munition stocks, says the Post, have been depleted by years of trade-offs in the defense budget and to aid to countries such as Ukraine, and more recently, the Trump administration's vast use of the military to carry out its foreign policy. The Post says the scarcity could intensify a long-term problem for America's ability to deter a conflict with China, particularly around the self-governing island of Taiwan. One U.S. official told the Washington Post inventories were so thin that a lengthy campaign against Iran would not leave enough munitions for other threats, especially China. And then the Post had another article today. It said, top defense officials push back on concerns about U.S. munitions shortage. They say that top Pentagon leaders dedicated considerable time this morning at a news briefing to addressing worries that the military is reaching too deeply into its inventory at the cost of readiness. Joint Chiefs of Staff Chairman General Dan Kane said, "We have sufficient precision munitions for the task at hand, both on the offense and defense." The U.S. will rely on its larger stores of less sophisticated weapons as Iranian defenses are degraded in the coming days, allowing American forces to get closer for their attacks, said Kane. There have not been, the last few days, there have not been many Saudi Iranian missiles fired at Israel, not that many. And then, this past day, I haven't even heard, it's hard to say though, because you don't get a lot of news out of like Bahrain. I don't know how many have been fired, but I haven't heard a lot about in the last day, drone strikes by Iran anywhere. I don't even know if we've had a missile alert from Iran the whole time we've been on the air today. I don't think we have. I don't think the whole time we've been on the air there's been one missile alert from Iran. You know that? One of our viewers, Hassel to Hoff, thinks this ends next week. We should do a poll. Oops, what happened here? We should do a poll. Let's do a poll. We haven't done a poll in a long time. Oops, I did the wrong thing on YouTube. I'm going to, for the purposes of the poll, I'm going to refer to this as a war. I'm posting the poll right now. I'm posting it now. Get ready. I am posting it now. I have it posted on YouTube and now Twitch. I will post it on Facebook too. It's a whole thing. Let me just get it posted on Facebook. I'm going to show you guys the results. Polls. Okay, I asked you guys, I said, when will this end? Let's see what you had to say in the chat. Here we go. Over on YouTube, look at this. Wow, YouTube. When will this end? 5% this week, 12% next week, 32% 3 to 4 weeks, 51% say later. Wow. Wow, and on Twitch, 73% on Twitch say later. I didn't know that many of you thought it would go on for longer than 4 weeks. On Facebook, do I have, oh, Facebook did it, it didn't get posted on Facebook. I just posted it on Facebook. Wow. It's a long time, guys. Is it working on Facebook? I don't know if it's working on Facebook because I can't see the, oh, I can see the results now. On Facebook, 30% say 3 to 4 weeks and 70% say later. Thanks for voting in our poll. I did not think so many people would go later. Also, thank you to, oops. Thank you to one of our viewers. LGS says it won't stop. Stacy LeBlanc. Thank you, Stacy. Thanks also Wes Downer. He says, when is the last time a missile got through to one of the Allied countries? I don't know when the last direct hit in Israel was. I don't remember when the last couple days. I can't speak for the other countries. I don't know that we have that information for the other countries. Alerts. Which alert is this? Well, speaking of which, we've been talking about missile alerts. There are missile launches detected, and there are going to be alerts coming up. There is a drone alert in northeastern Israel, but the Israel Home Front Command says in the coming minutes there will be missile alerts. So what I have to do now is, you know, what's been happening is that in theory, we can't see anything on the Israel cameras because the media companies are supposed to not show anything. But I can always, let me see if I can figure out where they're going to be and try to pull up a camera anyway. You never know. Is there any reporting on where they're going to be? Let's see. I'm looking. To the center. So I assume it'll be Tel Aviv. So let me try to get a Tel Aviv camera up. I think I have one of them here. All right, I'm going to have to switch the AFP one to Tel Aviv. But again, what's been happening is these outlets are not allowed to show. The government has said you can't show where the missiles are going. So these cameras end up cutting out right when the sirens come on. But what I'll do is, just to do it, I will put a Tel Aviv feed up right now. It's going to take a second. How quickly can I get it on the screen? That's not it. That is clearly not it. Oops, sorry. Turn the volume down on that. All right, there is Tel Aviv. So let's look at Tel Aviv. That is Tel Aviv for whatever it's worth for now. I don't even know if this has sound on it. I believe that's where the... Oh, I guess it could be Jerusalem too. It could be Jerusalem too. It could be Tel Aviv or... I don't even know if I have a Jerusalem cam right now, to be honest. I have a Tel Aviv cam. That's it. So if it's Jerusalem, I don't have it. Well, we'll see. AP says under military censorship rules, the AP cannot show live images of interceptions or disclose the exact locations of strikes. And the same goes for AFP and Reuters, but you never know. Maybe they'll forget to turn it off. You can check out Intel cams. You can also check out Al Arabiya. Al Arabiya. Hold on. Oh, look what happened. Look what happened. Look what happened. There's the camera. Can you guys see? Hey, look what happened, guys. There you go. There you go. They cut the camera. They cut the camera. This is what they do. All right, hold on. Let me go to the map so at least you can see when the alerts come in. This is what happens. Guys, this has been happening for days. You shouldn't be surprised. This has been happening for days with the cameras. All right, so I don't have a camera from there. Yeah, sorry, Al Jazeera Arabic. You can check out Al Jazeera Arabic also. You can look at that if you want. They're on YouTube. You can check out them in Intel cams. Okay, here come the alerts, I guess. Maybe. Okay, you can see we have, these are Tel Aviv and surroundings. Tel Aviv and surrounding areas. Those are the alerts. Can you guys see here? Tel Aviv and surroundings. That is where they are. Yes. Again, I apologize, but you saw I had the Tel Aviv feed up, and you saw what happened. Give me a quick moment here. Let me just look around here. Let me look around. Yes, the Tel Aviv feed is down on AFP. On AP, they have taken the camera and pointed it at the street, as they always do. So AP, you can't see the skyline either. Okay? None of the news channels, the U.S. big news channels, is showing it. Intel Cams has a Tel Aviv shot from a distance. Al Jazeera Arabic appears to have a shot, maybe. All right, so again, yeah, the AFP one, I don't buy that one. I pay them for like a bunch of cameras. I don't buy the individual ones. AP is different. I pay AFP, but it's a different. I don't just buy individual ones. Oh yes, Intel Cams. On Intel Cams, on their Tel Aviv shot, you could see a few interceptors go up on Intel Cams. Although the shot just went black. I was watching on Intel Cams, and then the shot went black. Did you guys see that? The Intel Cam one went out. Oh, now it's back. Now it's back. But on Intel Cams, you could see 3 interceptors go up. Or roughly that. I'm going to tell you, I'm going to look at the press in Israel and tell you what Israeli reports are saying. Okay, Israeli media is saying alarms were activated. Again, well, I don't have an update from Israeli media yet. So almost all of the alerts are now gone. There's a few still left, couple still left north of Tel Aviv. But now the question is, does anything get through? So I am looking right now to see if we have. We're going to get reports. We're going to get reports from launches from Iran have been detected in the center. Sharon in Judea and Samaria. Alarms are expected soon. There might be some more alerts. I don't know if we're going to get more alerts. No, currently there's no alerts on the map. Some of our viewers said they heard some booms. Well, booms don't mean there are hits. You hear booms when there's interceptions. Let's see here. I do not have any word one way or the other on whether there were. Al Jazeera says Israel Hayom says there were 4 missiles launched. That's an unconfirmed report that there were 4 missiles. That's unconfirmed. Seeing reports of explosions. You guys said you heard explosions. Almog Boker says... Almog Boker reports that there were some launches from Lebanon and some from Iran. Report of some intense explosions in the center. Oh, I wasn't watching, I was watching the Intel cams. I have not heard any reports yet about impacts. I'm waiting, I'm looking in Israeli media. Hold on a second here. I am looking in Israeli media to see what they say about possible impacts. And I haven't seen it yet. I'm looking now. Let you know. There were missiles and there were explosions. There have been no more alerts so far. I'm still looking, guys, to see. The hot news says, I have no reports so far. More on Intel cams now? I was watching the other thing. Were there more interceptors? Currently, there aren't any new alerts on the alert map. I can tell you that. I still have not seen any confirmation from Israel, media or government, that there have been any missile falls in Israel. I am waiting to hear. I am checking different sources. I will let you know as soon as I see anything. I am checking. Nothing yet. I have not seen anything big on the Beirut cam. I'll put the Beirut cam up just to have it up there. Just to have it up there. This is not Tel Aviv, by the way. This is Beirut. Just so you know. It's not Tel Aviv. But let me see what else I find here. Okay. Hey guys, so far no unusual reports. That is from Almog Boker reports that MDA says so far no unusual reports in Israel from these missile launches. No, the AP camera is pointed at the ground. That's what AP is. It's pointed at the ground. Yes, No unusual reports. That is from the emergency response organization, MDA. No unusual reports yet. Okay? That means no reports of injuries, no reports of missile hits. Now, hold on a moment. I'm seeing if I have anything else. Al-Mayadeen claims. Now, I haven't seen this report myself. Al-Mayadeen says Israeli media said they heard 15 to 20 explosions possibly caused by rockets equipped with cluster munitions. Again, at this point, there's no report of any... oh, I got to put the clock back up. Sorry. What happened to the clock? What happened to the clock now? Wait a second here. What did I do? Oh, the clock is back. The clock is back. You'll be glad to know. Oops, I see what happened. Roy Case reports, well, no. That's from Lebanon. Still nothing about hits. I am waiting for an announcement from the missile fight. The missile event has ended, says Home Front Command. The rocket and missile event has ended. Okay. No reports of casualties. That's from MDA. No reports of casualties. The event has ended. No reports of casualties, according to N12 News. There have been no reports of missile hits. In spite of the many chat messages insisting that Tel Aviv had been hit by missiles, insisting it, so far, in actuality, there are no reports of missile falls or injuries. Oh, the clock needs to be reset. I'm sorry. You have a clock issue. I'm sorry I can't show you the cameras live, but it's not my choice. It's not my choice to censor the Israel cameras. It is the government's choice. One of the viewers said I I think they said the AP cam is back to the skyline, seeing nothing. I'm going to get the Beirut cam back up on the AFP Beirut cam back up. Some gunfire, hearing some gunfire on the Beirut cam. More gunfire. I now have both. I turned on the AFP camera and there was like a motorcycle driving by or something. Crazy. Wow, all right. Sorry about that. The volume was all loud and there was a motorcycle. Let's try this again on the AFP camera. Man, I'm sorry. Listen. Sounds like a very loud motorcycle on the AFP camera. I don't know what's going on with that. Listen to them. Street racing or something. Somebody's street racing or something like that, it sounds like. So what we need to do is we need to put this back like this. Now we got both cameras. Thank you so much to Little Green Men. Hey, Little Green Men, thank you. Ricky Cahill. Yeah, I saw it on Intel Cam. I saw the interceptors on Intel Cam. Thanks, Ricky. Thanks, Jim's Junk Retro. A co-anchor? Well, maybe one day, Jim's Junk Retro. You never know, Jim's Junk Retro. Thank you, Jim's Junk Retro. I appreciate that. Smartonic phone. Smartonic phone accessories. Thank you. Jeff, thank you. Jeff 1868. Ricky Cahill, thank you. Cloudy 22872, thank you. Sobek, thank you. I am Charlie, thank you. I am Charlie says 2 aircraft carriers, numerous bombers, freedom. Hey, thanks to Stacy LeBlanc. Stacy says my husband is in Bahrain, stationed there right now. Thanks to him for his service. They still have drones and missiles inbound every day. Here recently, an hour ago, I got an alert. Yeah, I mean, I have been hearing periodically reports about like Bahrain stuff, but we hear very little in detail. Seems like there's a pretty tight lid on the info from those places. Like there in UAE. Thank you, Flav, who says we all saw Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, Syria. We know this doesn't end soon. Thanks, Little Green Men. Thanks, Hi Hippie. Thanks, Wes Downer. What I need to do is I'm going to have to just get another snack. I haven't eaten that much. I'm going to grab a little snack in a minute. Shin, who I follow, who reports on Iran stuff, says over 14 explosions reported around western Tehran. N12 News says there are reports that in northern Lebanon, the IDF attacked an apartment, possibly trying to assassinate a senior Hamas figure in Lebanon. All right, let me just grab. I'm going to keep an eye on this while I'm grabbing a snack, but I got to grab a snack now. That's what I got to do. I have to do it. Oh, there are more alerts. Oh, these are, there's some rocket alerts in the northeast. I bet these will disappear in a second. I don't know if these are from Hezbollah, but this is not I don't believe this is a missile alert because we didn't hear missiles were being fired. You never know. But these are in the north near the border. One of our viewers, Matt, says, seems like Hezbollah. Maybe so. Nope, they're not there anymore. All right, let me go do this, and I'm coming back shortly, and I'll keep an eye on things while I'm having my snack. If there's something urgent, I'll just come on the air. I saw there's an alert here. It went away. It went away. We heard some gunfire. We heard some gunfire too. Hold on. So there was an alert in northern Israel that went away. I think there might have been some gunfire here. I need about a minute more. Give me about 1 minute more. I'm coming right back. 1 minute more. I'll be right back. I heard a boom and there's more alerts. There's more alerts now too. There was a boom and there's alerts in, hey, there's alerts in Tel Aviv. Tel Aviv rocket alert, Tel Aviv missile alerts. Tel Aviv missile alerts. Oh, and there's smoke. We just saw a hit here, and sorry, we just saw a hit here, and there's Tel Aviv alerts, but I can't show you the Tel Aviv cam because it is pointed. Again, they're not allowed to show you the missile alerts. So we'll replay this. That was a big explosion we just heard. And again, there's alerts. There's missile alerts in Tel Aviv right now. Right now. Let me try to figure out what's going on here. Give me a moment here. Let me get rid of this one. Top right. All right. So we just saw a strike, and again, there are alerts in Tel Aviv. There are Tel Aviv alerts now. Tel Aviv alerts, missile alerts now. And we just saw a strike I believe we just saw a strike in Beirut, which I will replay. Hold on a second. Let me see what they're reporting. Are we back? Am I back finally? Am I back? I hope. I think we're back. Are we? I don't know. That was crazy. That was crazy. There was a bit of an issue there. There was a bit of an issue. Oh, I think we're back. Hold on. Hold on, everybody. Facebook is not back. That was weird. There was a bit of a technical issue. Now let me try to reset Facebook here. So I haven't even checked on the missile alert because I was dealing with this and trying to make sure we could get back on the air. So we are back. Facebook is still not back. Everything else is back. We're all back. Okay. Now, so what I need to do is, there has been another airstrike. Israel launches new airstrike in Beirut. Okay, and I don't even know what happened with the missile alerts because I was dealing with the broadcast. So let me check on the missile alerts. There are no current missile alerts. Let me see what the reporting is on the missile alerts in Tel Aviv area. Oh, I'm not still having a snack. It's hearing gunfire. Was there a pre-alert for those alarms or not? For the missile alerts? One of the missiles was apparently intercepted. All right, so I'm waiting for some sort of update about those missile alerts in Tel Aviv, and I haven't seen anything yet. No reports from MDA so far, according to N12 News. No reports of injuries or missile hits. I was just finishing up and about to come back on the air. Was there any pre-alert